Good morning. Oh, good morning. Yes, thank you very much for the response, because that's the beauty of our culture in this part of the world. Mr. Chairman, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very cordial welcome to the annual Ghana Economic Forum. The theme for this year is building a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. We opened this year's GEF with a Youth Economic Forum with over 200 young entrepreneurs and about 1,000 of them joining online. The Youth Economic Forum deliberated on 4 key areas. That's marketing, entrepreneurship, agribusiness, and creative arts. Yesterday, Mr. Chairman, the forum was formally opened with 2 preliminary sections. That is fintech and the future of finance and reducing fiscal gaps. We looked at approaches to innovative revenue generation. Today, our preliminary session will focus on women in business. And I'm so excited we have powerful women to do justice to the topic. We'll look at agriculture and food sustainability and trade. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as we are interested in the existing challenges confronting our economy, we must equally focus on coming out with solutions capable of propelling the economy to a level where we could create jobs, opportunities for all. I am so excited, and I wish to add that by the end of the day, panelists should be able to assist us to come out with innovative solutions which could be presented to policymakers and government. On this note, I welcome all of us to this very wonderful session. God bless us all.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Daniel Enimpepa. And of course, we are all certain that the discussions that will take place here today will go a long way in influencing policy. The discussions are still ongoing. The president is still meeting bodies in this country. And so once the president is meeting the bodies and once the president monitors all developments in the country, mind you, he's told us that before every decision is made, before everything is shared with us, he knows what is happening in the country. So he'll be following. His team would inform him. At this point, we'll start from the first plenary session, Women in Business Overcoming Critical Hurdles to Building Sustainable Products and Brands for National Development. And I'd love to introduce the moderator for this session, Alfred Okanse of TV3. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much, Alfred. And Alfred would introduce his guest for the session.
Listen, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. And this all-important conversation about women in business, critical hurdles that we have to scale over to be able to build sustainable brands and products for national development couldn't have come at a better time than this, especially because of the conversations about the global economy and for us as a country, how we can navigate our peculiar problems that we're faced with. Joining me here for this all-important conversation this morning, Jibodi Kweku Dosu is the CEO, founder of Jibodi Consulting Group. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. Madam Helene Wesi is Managing Director, Guinness Ghana Brewery PLC. Thank you very much. Mrs. Theresa Ayuade is the Chief Executive Officer of Charterhouse Productions. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. And then also Odelia Ntiamoa, a CEO, S&B Group. Madam Janet Sonko-Mills is a CEO, EFRB Group Limited. And Miss Jessie Jacinto is Legal Counsel, GCB Bank PLC. Thank you very much. And Mrs. Toshi Goka Ivowi is CEO, Ghana Commodity Exchange. Please, let's put our hands together for them all. Thank you very much. Now, some of these hurdles play out before our eyes every day. And these conversations about what has to be done in some ways haven't been targeted. And so we have it all over the place. But let's start off with this. What are the specific hurdles we're talking about that are critical and are impeding the impact and growth of especially women in business? I'll start off with you, Djibouti.
Okay, so
there's a microphone.
hello. Okay, good morning, everyone. Stand on existing protocols if there have been any. I'm so excited to be here with amazing, amazing women. We've had a very invigorating morning spent over an hour and a half together sharing ideas. So when I talk about obstacles and hurdles, I think I represent for the discussions that we've had, and also others would be adding as we go along, because these are amazing women, and I must say I'm in awe of all of them. So thank you for this exciting day. To BNFT, thank you for having us. I would like to start with the focus on the climate we are in now. And I think that it will be interesting if we do not start on that note. The entire conversation yesterday was about closing the fiscal gap. The conversation in the afternoon followed. I say that yesterday morning's conversation could have gone on the whole day, because we are in a season where everyone is concerned and everyone is worried. However, I think the idea and the concept that came out yesterday was the fact that eventually there will be solutions. Our goal here this morning is to do exactly that, to be able to give some solutions. So what are the obstacles? The first point of conversation this morning was around policy framework. So the policy framework around both women in entrepreneurship and women in corporate. Are there any governmental policies, for example, that support women outside of the 40% quota that has been given? Are there any trade policies? Are there any funding policies that basically support women businesses, support women in corporate, or support women in groups? That was one of the first discussions. The second discussion was how we basically look at industries, and I believe that Theresa would talk about it, unconventional industries such as the industry's creative economy. How is that developed? The third, and of course would be the most obvious and very worrying one, was funding, in terms of how women access funding, how women access trade markets, and how women make it through trying to close this gap. Now, when it came to the policy framework, I just want to go back for a minute on that. The conversation was there may be existing policies that women can leverage on, women businesses can, but are they communicated? Are they made available? And are they accessible, easily accessible, and are women encouraged to look out for these, or are we supposed to, let me call it self-follow? The fourth one was technology, data, information on digital. How do women leverage that both in entrepreneurship and corporate? And I keep insisting on entrepreneurship and corporate because the panel was quite, let me call it basically mixed. We have women in corporate on one side and women in business, women in enterprise.
That's right.
But generally, there were a lot of common issues. Ultimately, outside of these four, policy framework, data, digital technology, funding, and then there were issues around mindset. And then one of the areas I'm going to be focusing on today is going to be about the skills gap, because I believe that people development and how it is done can create a huge intervention when it comes to this fiscal gap. And I think we overlook that part, that skills, whether it's technological skills, whether it is technical skills, whether it is business skills, whether it's corporate skills, or whether it is the human skills that we need, that ability to tap into that resource and how it's utilized. I have some ideas about how that is going to create an intervention that can actually go a long way to transform our economy. So in terms of the obstacles and hurdles, I'll talk about these four, which is technology, funding, skills, that's mindset, soft skills, etc., and then the policy framework. I think that was the general one, but however, there were some specific centered, let me call it, gaps that were also identified by the other ladies on this panel, and I would also have them talk about it as we start.
Well, interesting you talk about the policy and legal framework.
Yes.
Because the 40% quota that you talk about,
Yes.
Yes, it's a law. Even Parliament that passed it is not obeying that. No, I mean, look, we have less than 15% of women MPs.
Was that it was quite hard in society to find talent in certain functions. And for instance, when I'm talking about the technical functions in our business, it was hard to find women that would be willing to fulfill a technical role. And when we put out advertising, women wouldn't show up. And that's a bit also connecting to the mindset that was just mentioned, where perhaps women don't see the beer industry as attractive, or perhaps women don't see technical roles in the beer industry as attractive, or perhaps they think, I'm not good enough for that. And I wanted to add to the points that you were mentioning. There is quite an expectation in society of what women can and cannot do. And I think that's really one of the barriers that we need to tackle as well. There are expectations from women, and not necessarily are they going to pursue a technical career. Not necessarily are they to work in a beer industry. Beer traditionally seen as quite a male-dominated industry. Now, what have we done as a corporate to tackle that? It's really talking about going out to the universities, to work together with the STEM universities in particular, to find young women that are in these universities, then to list them for a traineeship in the business, then give them a graduate program, and from the 100 women that we selected to take part of that graduate program, not only did we give them experience of working in that environment, but we also, 20 of them we hired for roles in the business. And there it comes my next point, visibility of women in roles that may traditionally be seen as male. So what we try and do a lot is showcase the women that have brought it to certain roles. Really breaking that bias that certain positions can only be filled by males. And I give a few examples. Our security manager We have a male, we have a female. We have 2 production sites. So one is a male in one side, a female in the other side. Brewery manager, a female in one of the sites, a male in the other side. Our supply chain director, female. Managing director, I happen to be the first female in 62 years of Guinness Ghana.
Wow.
Right? 62 years.
A round of applause, please.
Well, I didn't make the 60, I just made the last 2, right? But just showcasing that this is normal. And I'll come back later on how corporates or also entrepreneurs could work towards a situation that we have gender diversity in businesses. But the hurdle of trying to tackle a mindset, trying to tackle some of the society beliefs that women can do and cannot do, we really wanted to address those by showcasing what is possible for both the women and for society.
So it was a deliberate policy to
Absolutely.
want to do this.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, and that's maybe to one of the other points. As a business globally, we're part of a business called DAY2 globally. We have clear targets on gender diversity. And that's very different from one of the companies that I worked earlier. There were no clear targets. There were all sorts of programs where we said gender diversity is important, but there were no numbers to be achieved. Now here, in this business, we need to report on our gender diversity every quarter. Our target is to be 50-50 in 2030, 2050. 50-50, men and women. I don't need to give the reasons why, right? We want to be a reflection of society. We think it's the right thing to do. And we think it really enhances performance of the business. But okay, having these targets and then breaking them down to now and having to make the steps to get to that point of the target, that has been really important. It does mean that we need to step up now. Last year, we were at 20% women across the business. We've moved the needle from 20 to 26 in 1 year by deliberately making sure that we find those women at universities, or for instance, in the selection panels, make sure that we have a diverse panel, or for instance, by saying, look, at least our candidate list of the people who we are going to interview needs to be at least 50-50. For some functions, we go to 70-30 because we have a catch-up to do. So the fact of setting targets in a business really makes you consciously drive to get to that target. And I really believe that that can help, yes.
Theresa, so apart from the mindset issue that both earlier speakers have outlined or identified, which I think is being challenged right now, at least with the representation I have here, is it an issue of a skills gap, or women are actually qualified, for instance, in areas that where you are, but are not necessarily interested in specific areas that you find women opportunities? For instance, in Helene's case, they would advertise women don't show up, and then there has to be a deliberate policy to ensure that women are giving or are appointed into specific positions. Theresa.
Before I answer that question, I'd just like to give a broad overview of the sector I'm coming from, which is the creative industry. I'm a creative entrepreneur. I've been in business for about 25 years, building a creative enterprise. And I stumbled upon it. It wasn't something
You stumbled upon the
industry, yes. And having gotten in there, I began to learn a lot about the industry, and I came abreast with the challenges. The first, I would say, hurdle for us is the fact that society doesn't generally appreciate the value of creatives. And so that's the first hurdle, how to get, and that's a mindset challenge. So how to get people to appreciate the value of creatives and the value that the creative economy brings to the table as part of Ghana's economic structure. That's one. Two, people paying the right value for creative services is also another hindrance for the industry. So you'd find that people who are creative end up working in different sectors of the economy and are not able to really explore and develop their creative talents and bring their full value to the table. So I think that Ghana misses a lot in deriving value from its creative talent. The third is the lack of a clear ecosystem in the sector, lack of access to funds for development of creative ideas, and obviously lack of policies that have been discussed. Regarding our industry, the creative industry, I think there's actually underemployment. Whereas there's overemployment probably in other sectors, there's actually underemployment in our sector because there are a lot of positions, a lot of opportunities that are really not filled because there's a huge skills gap.
Right.
And in the creative industry also, you realize that the skills gap are both we have soft skills and we have the technical skills, just as Helen mentioned. In the technical skills, you'll find there's a huge shortage of women in that space. So there is a need to do a lot of training in that space to get more women producers, directors, cameramen, editors, etc. There's a huge opportunity in that space. And so those are the areas that we, the players in the industry, are looking at encouraging more women to go into.
So there's a lot more of the opportunities, but less skilled women,
yes, very
to
much
fill
so.
those technical positions.
Very much so.
I see. But has there been any deliberate attempt to address this particular hurdle that you've just talked about?
I would say that at the private level, probably at companies levels,
absolutely.
Yes, there have been internships and trainings and collaborations with the few institutions that are training people for our sector. There are not enough institutions training people for the creative sector. And at the international level, what we do is that we invite a lot of trainers to come into the country to train and to work with our productions, to train the ladies and to train the young people who are interested in being in our field. But I think that the whole industry needs to look at the sector and see what can be done at that level. And it's a conversation that we've been having with the ministry, and we've come together as an association as well and are advocating for more skills and capacity training.
I see, but after doing the evaluation, could it just be that, look, there are women or more skilled people who can get into your industry, but because of the earlier point you made about you not being paid the right value, it's a disincentive for them to come into the space in the first place?
There's the issues with not being paid the right value and also policies. There are certain policies that would actually open up the industry and create more jobs. And so the lack of those policies, the economic value is not really clearly seen. And so you'd find people moving to other sectors of the economy. But if you talk about our creative industry, there are not too many women in there. And it is a huge opportunity for employment.
Odelia, it's the same. The specific hurdles that you've identified in your space.
Hello. So some of the key things that I have observed, and in current times we're collecting some data because the observation is that a lot of banks are coming up, for example, with a lot of products that are geared towards gender. And so certain banks have the Elevate program, they have gender-centered products. But the question is, these gender-centered products, does it just have a name attached to it, or it's actually coming with some level of quota system in relation to access to this finance and, of course, the rates at which women can borrow from these institutions. And so, of course, this is some of the data we are collecting. And one of the respondents that we had was talking about the fact that it is actually gradually just in the rhetorics. It just comes with just a label, but the women who are supposed to benefit from it may not necessarily be getting any special regime. And I think that for us as a country, we should really look at creating a special regime for women-led businesses, especially when we are currently touted globally as the country with the largest numbers when it comes to women-led businesses. It is time we sat back as a country to just take a look at some of these things so that it doesn't happen in the numbers. Because majority of these women that have gone into business have actually just been forced to go into business because one, they need to take care of family, two, the economic situation is actually the one that is pushing them to go into business. And of course, issues relating to the mere fact that they are women and they have biological things they will need to deal with. We are obviously the caregivers of families. And so if a woman finds that she's struggling to rise up the ladder when it comes to corporate, she decides to just branch off and go and start a business. And so some of these women who form the huge numbers have actually gone into business out of a necessity. There are a few companies that have set up a few regimes to make life a bit comfortable. But the reality is that for people within the corporate space, and of course, even within the entrepreneurial space, have several challenges that border around the mere fact that you're a woman and you will have children and you may not necessarily rise as quick as you want, and you have a gestation period to bounce back and to do whatever things you are looking at. There is also the issue of, and of course we got this from the Apex Bank, that their biggest customers, especially when it comes to the rural banks, are actually women. And if they are their biggest market, note that at this level, women in business and the numbers coming, especially from the rural communities, are actually getting access to some of the most expensive financing because they may not necessarily have scaled up their businesses to get to a point where they can use a commercial banking system. And so instead of getting funding at a certain cost, their cost is actually more expensive by the fact that they are financially integrated at a point where they haven't come into the commercial banking system. So, for example, the digital finance policy, which is currently ongoing under the Ministry of Finance, I'm sure is expected to help find to integrate quicker and further women sitting outside the banking space. And of course, after doing that, finding special regime for women-led businesses to be able to have access to cheaper cost, cheaper financing, because by virtue of where they sit, their businesses may be getting some of the most expensive financing.
It's a very interesting reference you make to that 2018 MasterCard Index Women Entrepreneurs Report. But there's actually one by the ILO bringing to the light the fact that some of the least wealthy and developed economies such as Ghana, Uganda, Vietnam have higher women business ownership and leadership, for that matter, as compared to the wealthier global peers, 46.3, 38.8. But that data you collected, that financial institutions have developed policies for women, but there's no special regime for the women to take advantage of. Did you drill down to find out, for instance, where the disconnect is, the experiences of some of the women, and why these financial institutions are doing this? That sounds more like deception.
Okay, so we're still collecting the data. We aren't done yet, and so I wouldn't like to take out all the meat,
Yeah,
for the
because I
data.
think
But
it would
of course,
help.
one of the things that we noted, and of course, the respondents were coming from the AGI, for example,
Right.
who indicated that that's a question they threw back at me and said, do you think that these financial regimes within the financial system, which is currently concentrating on women, really solving the huge interest rates challenges? But I'll say that one of the things that some of the banks are doing is to close one of the critical gaps, which is the issue relating to training, because it was one of the things that the MasterCard Index talked about, that there is a huge gap when it comes to women's knowledge of financing and how to deal even with their financing bits so that they are economically viable or they can attract the needed funding that they are looking for. And so that was one of the gaps that the banking sector is closing, doing the training, cleaning the books to make sure that even if they do not come to the banking sector only, but they are looking at other sources of financing, they will have the clear books to be able to attract those kinds of finance.
Janet, so a bit on this, there's specific those, for instance, in retail services and other areas that you have specific specialty in.
Thank you, Alfred.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm super excited to be here. And for me, any opportunity to be able to impact lives positively is my cup of tea. So I'm really happy. And I'm hoping that by the time we finish these deliberations, we would have impacted lives in a positive way. So I'm joining my fellow ladies in talking about mindset reorientation, or mindset, I would say, rehabilitation. And I'm going to come at it from a very different and a very pragmatic perspective. Let me take, I don't know how many of you here in Ghana, my grandmom was a commercial trader, right? My mom also dabbled in some commercial activities to be able to see her children through, or indeed her family through, certain hardships in life. And the same MasterCard Index for women entrepreneurs that you're talking about. First of all, kudos to all women here in Ghana. Actually, globally, we're 46%
At this point, I'm sure you can put your hands together
in Ghana, and I think we deserve a round of applause for it. The impact that women make in families, in supporting families, I don't know, but I think women are heroes in this environment. So what I want us to approach it from is I want us to look at three different angles. The first one is when my grandmother, I was growing up with her, in her business model, she will have people who do things with their hands. I'm sure many of you in your organizations or indeed in your entrepreneurial activities, you have people within your teams that basically focus on doing things with their hands. These are the people, quote unquote, we call laborers. In the blue collar job, the day automation comes, they'll be out of business first. The second group is people who are doing things with their hands as well as their know-how, how they've been trained. I don't know how many of us here, but I think you can identify with me when I say we live in a culturescape where our brains or our minds or our orientation is towards, I do this or I study this in order to become this, right? I go to school to study medicine in order to become a doctor, but nobody ever shifted the paradigm. I want to become a doctor and therefore I do this. So there's a mindset evolution, number one. So I'm talking about the laborers who can be replaced tomorrow. And I'm talking about the craftsmen who do things with their hands and what they've been taught, the skills. But the biggest gap is where we have the real entrepreneurs, the real artists. My background, 22 years in corporate, and I'm now an entrepreneur. So I'll talk to you about the evolution and the shift where you use your hands, you use your brains, but as well you use your heart, what you're driven and where you believe your purpose is. We're finding women entrepreneurs either as the key thing you're doing or as a side hustle, where again we're driven by necessity rather than an opportunity that we have identified and scaled it up, and therefore we do this to create jobs and to create value within the economy. We do it more to create jobs for ourselves, or a passion, I'm guilty of that, a passion that we had that we want to see it into life, right? So I like beautiful things, so I believe I can open a spa. No, but guess what? It's not about you. It's about your consumers, isn't it? So we have to reorient how we think about business. Yes, about self-actualization. Yes, about necessity. But most importantly, driven from the point of view of an opportunity which is scalable into a profitable business that can drive national development. From that perspective. And once you see it that way, you will know that you, as an individual, are irreplaceable wherever you are. Because you're unique in yourself. Right? You are not just a blue-colored laborer who can be replaced tomorrow. You are not just a craftsman because you've been trained with certain skills. But you're somebody who believes in a certain purpose, and that this purpose can be translated into a profitable business that creates job in a sustainable way. So I believe that probably later on in the discussion, I'm a marketer by profession, so I'm here to share with you how we can create power brands. If you are in the entrepreneurial space or in the corporate space, there is a huge opportunity to create power brands. And by power brands, I'll ask you a question and you're supposed to answer, right? If I say shaving foam, what brand comes to your mind? I can't hear you. Gillette, right? The French say Gillette. If I say evaporated milk, Ideal, that's a power brand. If I say carbonated soft drinks, if I come into your institution and I say the most creative, if your name is not mentioned, it means you are no power brand in your organization, basically. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say whether you are a human being, a person, a personal brand, or an organizational brand, or an entrepreneurial brand, you can only be powerful if when I say your virtual university, what do you say? Thank you. Thank you. Albert will be very happy to hear this. Springboard. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to create power brands by entrepreneur. I believe when we get to the second part of the discussion, we will talk about that. Thank you very much.
It's a top of the mind awareness at least. But I think that the other aspect that your references brings to mind is the silos approach, and where you have women in business doing things more on their own. How can that mindset be challenged so that they can now appreciate why they should come together, build sustainable power brands, as you call it, briefly?
Okay, I'll do this briefly. Interestingly, the research has shown, I don't know if it's only about Ghana, but women find it very difficult to share their pain and their fears. And therefore, they tend to operate in silos, number one. Number two, they see it more as a necessity, a short-term, let me say, finite business approach instead of an infinite, long-term, opportunistic approach. So therefore, they don't step out. But the beauty about Ghana is the fact that entrepreneurs are respected in this country. The fact that apart from maybe certain villages where the culture scape does not allow or doesn't see a woman entrepreneur in a perspective light, most women entrepreneurs are seen as positive role models. So I believe the sky is the limit. There's so many women organizations, there's so many banks I see having, or let me say, coming up with solutions targeted at women, but they do not want to get to those women individually. They want to get to them as a group. So I believe that coming together as a group has only positive impact.
Thank you. So this is to you, Jesse. So because you're on the legal field, we've earlier talked about the framework of the law and how measures can be put in place to address it. But has there been enough understanding of these hurdles we've talked about to be able to formulate the right policies to address them legally? Jesse.
Thank you, Alfred. Though the framework is there, I think communication is very low. I don't know how many women even know that 40% framework is there to empower women to get to that level. Aside the communication, I think there's also educational gap. Yes, women are good, women are educated, but we need to direct our energies to particular things. For instance, my colleagues spoke about leaving the corporate to start their own entrepreneurial businesses. How many women understand what entrepreneurship is all about? So that they would push to get there. It's true in the corporate world, women are underrepresented at the executive level or at the top managerial level. Like Helen, one of my colleagues said, they move out to do their own things. But enough education is not out there. That's what I would say. Yes, laws have been passed, although we have the Article 19 in the Constitution that talks about empowering women, and then laws have been passed where at least there are 2 women on public boards, 2 or 3 women on public boards. You would have a public board of 12 membership, 11 membership, and only 2 women. And one of them may be from the industry,
yes,
and one is appointed by the president. So what happens to the rest of the women? So it looks like we are playing in a very male-dominated society. So it's not giving women the opportunity to come forth and even be models for other younger ladies to aspire to.
I see. So when I ask them, I mean, and as journalists, when we ask this political leadership about this problem that you've just identified, they say they can't find enough women to appoint. Some have said that. So is it that they are not seeing, or there's just a deliberate lack of commitment to want to carry out a policy that has been approved in this country?
I think they have to be deliberate about it. And when it comes to women, I think we should put aside belonging to a party. If you want to look for a woman that has the expertise, you will definitely get it. If you don't put on party colors.
Well, it will take a while.
Yeah, but we want to develop women, so it should be apolitical. If we do not deliberately do it, then there'll be good stuff out there, but because that lady does not belong to my party, you sidestep and go for someone who does not have the expertise, or you just still use the male. For instance, in GCB, I know that we are developing policies to bring up a lot of women. We started the Female Future program. I was a beneficiary last year. No, 2 years ago. The second group is going through the program. At the end of the day, we want to upskill the women, to expose them if you don't give the women the exposure, naturally, apart from very few women that are bold and will behave like Theresa, get out of the four walls, be adventurous. Women are by nature very, we keep to ourselves. We are afraid of taking certain risks for fear that we'll fail or be told that it's a man's world.
All of you have challenged that mindset, so it's fine.
Yes.
At least now we have a clear challenge of that long-held faulty narrative. Yeah. At least all of you are definitely. But Tucci, with that specific area where you are, has that been enough? This is specific policies within your institution to address these hurdles that women face, especially.
Okay, thank you, Alfred. I can't really talk about the policies without talking about the challenges, so maybe I'll just open up a little bit first. So I'm coming today from an agribusiness and trade angle, because that's the hat I'm currently wearing. And if we look at what we're trying to do in terms of a country, in terms of policy, we say that agriculture is around 20% in terms of the economic sectors for the country's GDP. Within agriculture, you have farming, and farming takes up more than 50% of the jobs. So 20% GDP, but in terms of jobs, actual jobs, it's more than 50% of the population is involved in farming. When it comes to farming now, it's women are very predominant. I think just over 40% of women are in the farming sector. But what is really interesting is that when you go beyond farming to post-production, the number rises even higher. So women are playing a key role, and in fact are in the majority role when it comes to, let's say, market-oriented agriculture. They're farming their produce with a view to selling them to gain, income to look after their families. And you can imagine the kind of opportunities this will bring to the country if women are supported. We talk about, because I've mentioned market-oriented agriculture, so it moves into trade. When it comes to Africa as a region, more than 80% of the cross-border trading that we see today is done by women. So if you look through the chain, women are playing a key role. I like to look at the challenges, but I like to, spell out the opportunities at the same time, because it's not all bleak, but there are gaps. So I'm going to just mention 3 key gaps which we've identified. There are many more. We'll talk about access to finance. A few of the ladies on the platform have mentioned that. Within this industry, access to finance is critical. Banks are not that comfortable lending to the agricultural sector. You'll find that many of the commercial banks today, they've put policies in place to increase agricultural financing, but it takes them quite a lot of time to actually implement these policies. Many of them have hired agricultural experts to, there's agribusiness desks, but we're still not moving as fast as we could go. So access to finance is an issue. Where males own most of the land, women have no collateral. So if you're going to a bank to borrow money, you need collateral. You need a house, you need a car, you need something. Land sometimes can pass. But for every, let's say, smallholder farmer, for every 3 plots of land a male owns, a female owns 1. And when you move to medium-sized farms and beyond, for every 8 plots, a woman owns 1. So you really don't have collateral to go to borrow. So access to finance, this is what we mean. It's difficult to get loans to carry on your business. Access to markets is the second thing. And some of the challenges I'm mentioning cut across both male and female. We just say that the challenges are just slightly trickier when it comes to females for different reasons. So I've talked about this land issue. So when it comes to markets, you produce your commodities or whatever, and you're looking for markets within Ghana, and at some point you hope to get markets beyond, Ghana into Africa and global markets. One thing we know or we hear that men do very well is negotiate. They're, quite confident in negotiating for things, and women tend to be a lot more, let's say, shy and find it more difficult to negotiate. So access to markets can be hard to find if you don't have the networks, and men naturally create networks. Women are now trying to move into this space to create the networks, to enlarge their networks and increase their access to markets. And the last one I'll talk about is access to information. If you don't have the information, you're powerless. So again, this affects men and women, but women to a larger extent. I'm in the village somewhere, in the rural economy, I'm producing my commodity, but actually I have no idea how much I should charge for it. I don't know the value of it. So anyone who comes to my farm today and I need, to get money to feed my family, I will take whatever they're willing to offer because I do not have a clue how much it is, or they will tell me how much they're willing to pay and I'll have to take it. So access to information is another challenge. And because the limits to technology, accessing technology, let's say less females own technological devices than males, they're less likely also to receive the information. So these are some of the challenges that we see. Government has tried to put several policies in place over the years, over successive governments. Some of the policies that have been mentioned over the last couple of days, things like planting for food and jobs, one district, one warehouse, one district, one factory. A lot of these policies are actually designed to close some of these gaps. To some extent, there's been work done and there's progress, but there are still a lot of gaps, obviously. These are real policies. I don't know if it's at this point that you want me to talk about how some of these are working, or you wanted us to start with the challenges.
Indeed, because you've just talked about the specific interventions. I want to find out to what extent some of these policies you're talking about has addressed the specific challenges you've outlined.
Okay, so let's start with planting for food and jobs, its role. Mm-hmm. The idea here is to increase production as a country and increase the quality of production so that we can get better value for our commodities, not just locally, but in the export markets. It's done that to a large extent in the commodities that it started to focus on. You will see, if you go into the numbers, that there has been increased yield and increased quality. But again, we're starting from one commodity and moving to the next. But the idea here, you've got increased commodity production. So we absorb a lot of that, we eat it, a lot of it is produced to be consumed, and then the excess is to now provide commodities to be exported so that we can increase our markets. We have a one district, one warehouse. As we increase the production quantity, we have warehouses to store them in, to improve the quality of storage so that we can get good commodities to export. You have one district, one factory, which is supposed to now move the needle to industrialization. We said no nation can move forward if you don't industrialize. So if we continue to focus on farming, smallholder farming, we don't move to industrialization, we're going to be sitting in the same place. So these factories then are supposed to be supported, or these businesses are supposed to be supported. And remember I said that females are largely driving entrepreneurship and business post-production. You can imagine that if 65% is the figure, then 65% of women, if they're supported with access to finance, should be able to now move into industrialization, adding value to commodities to be exported. You have a Ghana Commodity Exchange somewhere in the middle, which helps you to find access to markets. I can talk a bit more about that later. And then you have a GEPA, a Ghana Export Promotion Authority. If each of these institutions that have been set up are working really well together, following the chain of command, you will find a very, very strong policy intervention from governments, allowing us to gain more in terms of industry, more in terms of exports, and then transparency when it comes to information. Where there is structured trade, where there's information coming through a system, you can see what is going out, what is being produced, what is going out, measure your taxes. These are real contributions to the economy. I don't want to go into it so much right now because we started with the challenges, but I will come back on this.
Yeah, because I appreciate the fact that you proceed this with the caveat that if all these are working effectively, there should be a certain outcome. But unfortunately, they are not working as you're supposed to with the linkages. So the outcomes that I expected, we are not seeing them. I would want to find out later maybe how that can be addressed or improved. That is, we've done an evaluation of why these linkages are not working and why, for instance, women in there, 65% are not getting the needed support for them to be able to scale up. Because if you look at the age bracket of farmers in this country, continuously asking a lot more young people to get into farming, 55 to 65 is not encouraging. So if you're trying to get a lot more young women, for instance, to appreciate why they should get into farming or agriculture, and you have all these linkage challenges, definitely it's a disincentive for them. But the story is changing.
It is changing, and I want to mention that because, again, I said that the opportunities are there and we're starting to see some progress. And so I will talk about how some of these things are shifting.
Great.
I want to also make mention, of this thing about quotas. I'm not against quotas, but I'm not particularly a proponent of quotas because quotas by themselves will not work. You mentioned Parliament, for instance, and the numbers being very low, and it is maybe distressingly low. We've talked about women on boards as well. But if you look at the quality of those who are coming out there, or let's say the quality of posts, there's something important there to look out for as well. If you're in a position but have no power, there's nothing you can do about it. And a lot of the issues are coming with the way society is structured, the support that women are receiving. I mean, we're an all-female panel, but actually this conversation is also for the men, because if it's women are going to go, up in any institution, it's the men who are going to help the women get there, because today they're still on the majority of boards. So I hope that in the discussion, we get a lot more,
Certainly. We're going to be going to the audience for some questions, but you see, has there been a deliberate effort to address all of this we talked about? I mean, there are shining examples like Rwanda. It's very easy when it comes to mind down of the things they are doing to ensure that there's a defined intervention, the role that women are playing for that economy to have a robust, resilient structure, foundation. But yes, we have the structures. Yes, we have all the institutions in place. But have we been deliberate about it, at least with the examples that we see around us?
Alfred, this is an excellent question, because this is something that I was sharing earlier. My biggest challenge today is around people development. And when I talk about people development, I'm talking about the entire ecosystem. Okay, so the ecosystem from freelancers to entrepreneurs, to SMEs, to blue chip companies, to large corporates, okay? There's a skill gap in the communities, and I mean, it's been talked about that opportunity. There's been a lot of deliberate efforts made internally in various corporates, let me call them the blue chips and large corporates, to sort of have programs that support skills development. But when you talk about trade for the entrepreneur, when you talk about the micro person, when you talk about the community person, when you talk about that individual, when you talk about the creative, the freelancer, when you talk about people who have to have economic value to the country and thereby helping the economy grow, they keep saying, whether it's rhetoric, whether it's true, two things, private sector and industrialization is what grows a company. I want to take it from two key angles. The first one, and talk about the report yesterday from KPMG, just to prove a point, and talking about corporates in the, talking about people when it comes to talent development, when it comes to skills development. And then the second thing they talked about in the report was ESG. But the first thing I want to focus on was that they said that in this recession, there are three key numbers we need to pay attention to. 37% of corporates, generally, from the KPMG report yesterday, have put a hiring freeze. 49% are considering, in the short term, that's in the next 3 years, freezing or reducing their staff. But in the long term, 79% are looking at adding to their workforce, equipping them, training them, and building them up. The second thing that was discussed when it came to ESG was that 45% of CEOs see, and that number rose from 37% last year, that the ESG is going to contribute basically to the financial performance of the company. ESG is directly linked to talent, diversity, inclusion, and the bottom line. People are your bottom line. So everything we are talking about here is around people and people development. Attention is paid to probably a small group of people that can change the game. And I'm talking about whether it's women businesses, women in businesses, and so on. Sometimes attention is given to a small group of people at the bottom. But has there been an organized effort to build the skills of people? And I'm talking about holistic skills. We had an entire conversation, and I was so happy to hear when the women were sharing about there are very unique nuances when it comes to developing women. Women sometimes are looking for financing, looking for funding. They don't even have the confidence and the communication skills. They do when they have a one-on-one conversation, but speaking up to say, listen, I need this. I need to sell myself. Tucci talked about negotiation. It's a key skill that women need to rise to the top. Whether we like it or not, we need to step up into the different areas. That's the only way we are going to be recognized. That's the only way we are going to create change. That's the only way we are going to build our businesses. That's the only way we are going to build our economies. And that's the only way we're going to build our country. If we are able to have that ability to ask for what we want. The second thing that was talked about here was collaboration. Bringing some of these women together for specific reasons. I was telling them today that networking is not simply for networking when you get into certain rooms. And yes, we were attacking Samedu happened to be the only guy in the room. And he was running away. But we're attacking that when men get into situations like this, and now you happen to join us, but when men get into, and that is the truth, let me say it, when men get into places, they ask for what they want. They would communicate it. They would find reasons why they have it. Jenna talked about fear. They talked about mindset. These things are real. The research has said it over and over again. Listen, when we get together as a network, we must find ways to collaborate and communicate that we need money. Our businesses are struggling. We are struggling. A lot of times, women have a hard time doing it more than men. And it's the truth. The research states it. The document states it. The ILO report. The master, it's there. So I'm passionate about this because we keep talking about rhetoric. And we keep talking about it must be done, it must be done. But the thing about it is that how is it going to be done? Implementation of ESG policies in organizations are key. Second, implementation of policies. I mean, I am speaking for my industry. I'm a people development person, I'm a coach. Yes, I have been an investment banker. I've been an entrepreneur. I've been in industry for, I don't want to say my age, but for a long time. For a very long time. And what I'm saying is that being it from corporate to whether it's the financial services sector, whether it is the entrepreneurial sector, whether it is the people development sector, the issues are the same. Now, that's the first thing. We need to have an organized program, not just internal programs, but organized programs for groups like Theresa's group, where you have structured coaching to help people to be able to ask for what they want, to understand their nuances, their husbands, their families, their extended families. Listen, it's the truth. Women cannot do it. They have a gestation period. It's true. How can we help them to understand that even within all these nuances, you can still make money? You can still be an entrepreneur. You can still do, so those are things that are real and we can implement it and they can contribute. You said something, and I read that report yesterday about the fact that countries that are least developed, they have a high level of women leaders and women entrepreneurs. Truth creates an opportunity. It means that they have that high opportunity to create value, to create money, to contribute to the economy. And this can happen within the next couple of years. Whilst we are still in this recession, we can do that. Second, another thing that we don't talk about a lot is that seamless transition from, we always talk about corporate to entrepreneurship. What about entrepreneurship to corporate? Back to corporate sometimes. To use the skills that we have developed as women over time. We've concluded our gestation period. The number of women consultants are few. Recently, I was able to move into corporate, working as a consultant full-time, working in a mining business. I'm talking about on the field with women, working with the community, looking at policies that can bring the entire ecosystem. So there are opportunities to make money and create value for women. But the key thing is, and I'm saying but, not and, the reason is that there's work to do, and that work involves two things. First, putting the ecosystem together, understanding, and I'm so excited about Odelia's program, finding data, because you need data for this. Getting data, bringing these groups together, looking at how you can equip them with the necessary skills, be it technical skills, and human skills. And those human skills are relevant to them making money. You can ask people here. I mean, we can take a poll in the room right now. Of course, the room, even the poll in the room will tell you there are more males than females. But if you ask them to ask for things at the moment, some males would rise up and run. If I say right now, I've put $100 on this table, the first person to grab it will probably be who?
A male, obviously.
Thank
good
you.
You said $100.
Whether the woman is wearing heels or not, I will jump, I will take off this, and I'll be the first, she'll be the first. But I'm using this to just be able to say that, yes, the mindset is true, yes, the issues are true, but I want to look at it on the side of opportunity.
Right.
When women are equipped, they do wonders. They can do way better than they're doing now. And listen, 50-50 can be achieved. Access to trade can be achieved. Access to financing can be achieved. All the things we are talking about can be achieved. We just need to develop people and identify the right policies. We need to intervene now. I'm ready to be the first one to start.
Intervene now. Let's put our hands together for the panel members. Any questions, please put up your hand. The microphones, both sides. I see a hand at the back. Please come forward. Thank you very much. And you mention your name and the institution. Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay, thank you, Alfred. My name is Kabunate, University of Ghana, School of Law. And the first question, perhaps I'll take it from the recent last speaker, I beg your pardon. It's about the efforts made by, women mentors like you to practically nurture the next generation of females. And I'm more particular about the area of politics and leadership. And a little background, yesterday I was here, and I directed the panel because there were a lot of male, or it was male dominated. All males, in fact. And also considering the fact that I think some of you have brilliantly highlighted the role of a woman in both the micro, I'm more particular about the micro and the macro. So then if you are given the opportunity, you can help with fantastic ideas in terms of policy formulation, as compared to the men who perhaps are not really deep in the micro level and all looking at the macro level. So that's my background.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the next question. Jibori. Yes, please. Yeah. Edmond, hold on a bit for me. I think you can check the microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Yes.
My name is Edmond Awaiti, and thank you for the presentation. Madam Teresa, my question goes to you. With your years of experience as an entrepreneur in the industry, can you share with the young ladies here about 5 or practical lessons that you have learned from your entrepreneurship that you would like them to take on for their next aspirations? And then, Madam
Jibodi, you mean?
With your intention to build the capacity of young ladies, what are some of the key challenges that you've been facing in that direction? Thank you.
Is it 5 what? It sounds like a...
to educate us in your area of...
Sounds like a wasi question. Either ways, but it's fine.
Yeah. So I just want to take quickly, I'll join both too, because both of them are talking about young women.
Yes.
I think there's no, first of all, I want to start here. I want to say there's no one on this panel who has not or worked with young women, even as we spoke today, in one form or the other, or in one organized manner or the other. Then I think Helen gave an example of the university graduates, 100 of them. But what I want to say is that, if anyone knows me in this room, they know that a lot of my interventions start with the young people. I start as low as prep school to high school. So academia, we try to take them from there. And I think in our discussions this morning, there was a lot about the entire ecosystem and creating customized solutions. So it has to be high school, academia, high school, university, etc. I would want my other colleagues to contribute to this conversation so that they can understand that, when it comes to mentorship, I think that would help.
We would all run through all of you, but Teresa, if you could just answer that, then we'll come back to how you are putting measures in place specifically to encourage young women, especially, to venture into these areas of opportunities. Yes, the five lessons.
The exam question. I was sitting here trying to enumerate 5. I hope I get to 5. But I'm just looking at my life, and I'll just draw inspiration from that to share. The first thing I would say as an entrepreneur is to have, and I was discussing with my colleague, female panelists before, was you need to have a sense of self-awareness. Before you set out as an entrepreneur, you should really know, come to grips with who you are as a person, what are your desires, your aspirations, and what, as Janet said earlier, what problem would you really like to solve? Because an entrepreneur has a vision and goes out to provide a service for people. And as she said earlier, that most of the time people set up businesses because they like something for themselves. I like doing this, I like this. But you don't set up a business for yourself. You set up a business to serve others, or to provide a solution to others. So you need to have that self-awareness of who you are, what are you trying to do, what is the big vision. I have a niece who said she wanted to do makeup. So I asked her, what is it about makeup you want to do? What's the big vision? She said, I just want to make up my friends. As I said, that's not a vision. If you want to be an entrepreneur in the makeup industry, what is your big plan? Where do you want to go with this? So that self-awareness is 1. 2, having a big vision, having a big plan. You can think as big as you want it to get, and do not look at yourself now and think at that initial stage. You've got to look at the bigger picture and then think of it as where I am now is the starting point. So you must have that big vision. And do you have the ability to put in the work? What's the point in having a big dream if you cannot put in the work? That's 3, yeah? Yeah. So 2 more. Well, I'll go to the people aspect of it.
Right.
Now, as you run along with your dream, you cannot do it alone. You will need to rope in people. You will need to share your dream and your vision with people. You will need to get them to buy into it and work with you on that journey. And that is where you employ people, you work with people, you get into partnerships, you get into negotiations, etc. You need to learn how to, you need to develop those people's skills to learn how to navigate your way around that whole business environment. So you need to develop people's skills. And that's where I think Jibode was talking about the skills and the training and all of that that you need to enable you get to where you need to get to. So as an entrepreneur, you start probably doing everything yourself, and as the business grows, you begin to employ people and begin to share with them the vision of where you want to get to and begin to empower them to get there. you can only be as good as your team, because you cannot do it all on your own.
Right.
So a good team, yeah, and good people skills, and
yeah, it's 5. 5 now. 5 over 5. Helen? Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes.
We can hear you now.
So let me ask number 5.
I got to 4. 4 out of 5, not bad.
Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there together. So I think it's also really important when you're young and you're studying, apart from all the points that you mentioned, that you start thinking about building a support system. Yes, that has a professional side, and we talked about skills development, coaching, mentoring, but it also has a personal side. Because in the end, women are most likely becoming mother and part of a family, raising a family. So starting to think about, okay, when I go on, become an entrepreneur, pursue my vision, how can I make sure that my family is being supported? And that support system, it's coming back when I say something important, right? That support system can partly be commercial, can partly be relying on family, friends, but you need to be thinking, and then the most important one, your partner. Your partner needs to be part of thinking, okay, you want to pursue a vision, perhaps the partner also has a vision to pursue. You need to talk about that in an early stage, rather than finding yourself later in a position where there's actually only one who can pursue his or her vision, and then, well, more often than not, it is the man pursuing that vision. So build that support system, not only professionally, but also personally. And maybe I can just add one thing that has proven really important for Guinness Ghana. And we were talking about it this morning here. So for the women in the business, and I think we're the first business in Ghana to do this, maybe the only, I don't know. We have a maternity leave of 6 months for women to really make sure that they can take care of their
6
baby.
months?
6
Wow.
months. 6 months. That they can take care of their baby, care of their family, really establish how things go when she goes back to work. But not only that, we also have 1 month paternity leave for the male. And that is... because we really want to stimulate the man also to take part in raising a family. And that is one of the positive things that I see really changing in Ghana, is that men love to take up that part of the role as well.
That's the more reason why you could make it 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
It works.
Yes.
Anyway, yes. Janet and Odelia. Oh, okay. Right.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, you take it up, and then, Teresa, I'll come to you when your microphone is on.
Okay.
Please. Yes.
So what I was saying is, in addition to everything that my fellow panelists have said, I think the key thing is to start with the why first and the purpose for trying to do what you want to do. I'll give you a typical example. Let's say you are selling Coffee Brookman. Coffee Brookman is no longer for the Brookman anyway. I think it's now 5 cities or 10 cities.
It's more than. This is 7 cities, depending on the location where you're buying it.
Especially when you're on the East Legon Road. That's another story.
It takes like 10 cities. Yeah.
Okay, so she's selling Coffee Brookman, and because she's making sales, I also want to sell Coffee Brookman, right? Compare that to someone who is into livestock, who says that my purpose is to help people enjoy tasty and nutritious meals, right? No matter how tight the situation is, you are able to pivot because your mindset is not about Coffee Brookman, but your mindset is bigger. The platform is tasty and nutritious meals. Before the family comes in, before, the first thing is, what is the purpose for which I want to go into this business? Am I good at it? Can I bring the team together, etc.? So I wouldn't talk for long, but please, before you decide to go into a business, to be able to scale, to be able to identify opportunities, make sure that you've set up the right framework for the purpose, the why behind the whole business. That is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Odelia?
Hello. Great. There was a recent program that I moderated for CAT International, and it was also on data that they had released in relation to continental free trade. And they indicated that several Ghanaian-led businesses have issue of innovation. So somebody wants to sell pure water today, and everybody goes into that space. And there isn't a huge differentiation. And so then one of the key things that happens is you start off, there's so much competition, and then you die out. So having a differentiation in relation to the business, and of course, looking at how to scale up beyond the scope of your immediate environment is one of the key things. Once you have a differentiation, and of course when I used to head a business department for a media house, that was one of the key things we used to use for companies that we will interview for free, that what is your differentiator? If you have a great differentiator, we're willing to do that. I'd like to quickly add that the quota system may not work individually. There would be other things that will be added to make the quota system work. And I will say that I'm a beneficiary of a quota system that was initiated in this country that has actually worked. You notice that when it comes to the educational sector, we as a country have been able to close the gaps to a very large extent. My first degree at the University of Ghana, I entered through the quota system. I got aggregate 16, and at the time, it was the cutoff point for women, and for men, it was 14. And so if we are deliberate as a country, the quota system may not work alone, but we will need to blend it with other things for those things to work perfectly.
I think yesterday I checked the gender representation now is 49 to 51. 49 women, as in female student population at Legon, as against 51%
and it's
male.
because of the quota system.
Yeah. Recently I saw the senior high school data as well. There are more girls sitting for senior high school now than...
Great.
Anyway.
So something can work.
Okay, great. Anyway.
Yes. Add to what you said, Joanna, about the quota system and all that. I think that interventions really do work. Interventions really do work. I think, I believe, I don't know how old the audience is, but some years ago, there was this Send a Girl Child to School campaign, which took the nation by storm. And I believe that the current increase in the numbers we are seeing now is actually a result of campaigns like that were very deliberate interventions to push the girl child forward. And we may not see it so much in the metropolitan areas, but if you go to the rural areas, this message really went down well and got a lot of them to school. And so policies are very necessary, and interventions do work if they are followed through properly. Now, to add to what Helen spoke about when I was answering my exam questions, a support system is key for a woman who wants to be an entrepreneur or even progress up your corporate ladder. There's no denying it, more so for the woman than for the man. And so it is something that we cannot ignore. And I would also like this opportunity to really implore corporate organizations and businesses to really be considerate about the female workforce, because for us to be able to deliver at 100%, there's so many things we need to deal with aside from the male counterparts. So we're just having a conversation before we came in about how when you go to the clinic, there's a queue to see the doctor. It's all women with the babies waiting to see the doctor. Children need to go for weigh-in. It's a reality. It's always the women there. PTA meetings, PTA forums, is the women. there. So these same women are supposed to be in the office, meeting targets and deadlines as their male counterparts. So where is the parity in
Some
that?
of the men attend PTA meetings.
A few.
Just so you know.
A few, I would say, about probably like 20%. 20%. But 80% women. All these women have to take time off from work. All these women will not be able to probably meet a deadline because of these activities. So how do organizations, massage this?
Hey, there is a... Jesse, please.
So this, I'm throwing this to all the heads of institutions
that's all right.
and corporate sitting here, that these are real issues. Women have enough to offer as much as the men. We all have our God-given potentials. In fact, I was saying earlier that I've never actually looked at myself as a woman. Honestly, it's not to say that I'm not in touch with my feminine side, but I've always seen myself as a person with great ideas, great potential, who wants to achieve all my great dreams and aspirations. And so I've always just gone out for them, and I've not allowed societal barriers to hold me back. If I don't even see it, I just go, And to a large extent, that's what a lot of women would like to do. They would like to just go out there, live their dreams, achieve their fullest potentials. But they have these issues holding them back. And I feel it's really unfair for a woman not to be freed to achieve a fullest potential. But we need the support of all these institutions and organizations within which we work to understand that we need to take care of these things and to work with us on that journey. How do we get there? So I'm really appealing to all the beautiful faces I'm seeing here that please go, if there's anything at all you go away from this session with, is the fact that we need to be considerate about these issues, which are also very pertinent and vital to the family system. It's very important because women hold the family system together. And the families that we would love to see in future are being run by these women. And there are still women who are also going to the workplace and showing up. So we need that empathy. We need these policies to come into place. We need more of the policies that Helen is introducing in her workplace at a much broader scale.
Okay, Jesse. No. We could check that. Okay, right. That is also off.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
Great. Let's pass it on.
Hello. Yeah. I'm going to say that in spite of all the challenges that women go through, I think we are superheroes. I want to touch about mentoring. One gentleman asked about mentoring. Mentoring should start from your inner circle. It starts from the home. Women, we have kids. So what we do is what our kids do. So we want our kids to do things that are proper in the society. We start mentoring our kids. Then from the home, you move into your church, where you get smaller groups where you can mentor. You go through your alma maters. I am a Rosa. We always have, every year, going back to school to mentor through career guidance, just talking to the young ladies, because we want to see a lot more Roses out there. Recently, when Abnamwa was made the CEO of the stock exchange, every Rosa lady was happy. So we try to mentor them. And then you can upscale it to then having other groups where you mentor and you keep tab on the people you are mentoring. You don't just start and then lose sight of them. If you lose sight of them, then you haven't done anything. You must always keep touch, and they do both the soft and then the professional one. That is how you go about the mentoring program. Thank you.
Wonderful. Joji, please.
One is that when we opened the floor for questions, there was one female, she didn't get the chance to ask, so I hope we'll give her the opportunity.
Yes, Rama.
So maybe after that,
please.
I will do my piece.
Is the microphone?
Good morning, everybody.
Morning to you.
Hi, Titi. I met her for the first time yesterday. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I've been in Ghana for the past, I think almost close to 2 years now. I have to say, I came late, so I didn't hear you speak before, the First Lady. And then later on, when everybody spoke, I wish I could address everyone. I just took notes, okay? Everyone who spoke, I wrote something down. Yeah, women, right now. The quiz, I'll come to that. Do you play golf, right? And we know what golf means. When the guys go to play golf, they talk about business, don't we? Okay, so we'll talk about that later. Perhaps we can meet another time and maybe brainstorm on that. Yes, so we talked about access, right? Access to financing. Where do we get the financing? There is financing ever since I've been here. I tried to, because I left a long time ago. I was born here, but I'd been gone for over 40 years. You know, so you didn't want to give away your age, right? So, you know, I went to school and never came back. You know, but I'm back now. So, yeah. So how do we get access to financing for women? There is one. The American government did establish financing for the whole of Africa, headquartered in Nigeria, right? They can fund up to $1 billion, you know, if your project is agribusiness. And we can talk about that, you know, off.
Absolutely, yes.
Later. Then, knowledge gaps, yes. You don't know what you don't know, right? So we need to create, you know, that awareness that this is what we can do, this is what we've got, and then you spoke about the mentoring. It is so critical. I am a beneficiary of a good mentor. When I got to the States and went to school, I had mentors in college, I had mentors in corporate, in industry. And I happened to be one of those lucky ones. I sought them because I knew I got nobody, okay? I'm from Africa, Ghana, you know, lived near the public toilet, you know, in the swamp. Listen, I know what I want, and I'm going to get it.
Right.
Well, it's not everybody who may have that confidence, but we can also pick those who don't have it and share our story so they too can benefit from it.
Great.
I am here, and we will work to make that happen.
While we round up. Yes, thank you very much. Let's take the next question, please. Thank you so much.
So we'll talk later.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Yes, if please, yeah,
So, Alfred, after that, I'll finish my piece. Yes?
Definitely, you will. Yes, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela, and I'm a lifelong learner. I'm here with Odelia, but I have a general question for Jibodi, Odelia herself, and then Jessie. So Teresa mentioned that it starts with awareness and purpose. So you get all that, you have the awareness, you have the purpose, you are a go-getter and all that. Now, Jibodi, how do we solve this issue at the workplace? Women have these two challenges that is happening. We are seen as sexual pleasures. 2, we have women in top leadership in our workplace. And some of us who have seen our purpose and identified everything, we are like, oh, this is someone that I'm looking up to. But they get intimidated to the extent that you are not even able to come out and you are seeing them as your mentor or something, but being with them in the workplace, you are not able to, they like to intimidate you. Something like, hey, why are you loud and all that? How are we solving that at the workplace? So that question is for Jibodi and then Jessie. Then the next question for Delia is, so women, we have all the AIs that we have, artificial intelligence, are women. And even when you call someone, hello, oh, this is MTN, the number you are calling is so and so.
I always wonder why they don't use the men.
It's
but
a woman.
Anyway.
Then now, the assistants that we have, hi, I'm Pamela, I'm here to help you, what do you need? It's a woman. Why is it so?
Oh.
Why is it so?
I'm sure. I thought you were going to be happy about it, but it's because
I think.
But that's, you want the men to get jobs, eh? Don't worry. We are gladly accepting this one. If you don't want to do it, we'll do it. We'll record the voices for you. It's fine. But we have 6 minutes to round up, unfortunately. So I'll share the two, and then we'll take the final.
All right, I'll quickly try and...
Can I?
Forgive me.
Sorry, just one more question. Sorry, a quick one.
Can we admit one, Winston?
Just one more question.
Okay, please.
All right, so mine is linked to what is currently happening in Ghana at the moment, CD. If we have all of these wonderful ideas, women entrepreneurs and everything, and it's local industry that's supposed to strengthen our local currency, how come? I mean, what is the gap? How come we are still facing this trouble? Why are we not getting there? With all of these lofty ideas coming from our ladies here, is it that policy is not good? Or there's a gap between the policy and then maybe the real thing on the ground?
You have just answered the question. It's fine. They will add a few. Tucci, please conclude the point you were making.
Okay.
Forgive me.
I just want to bring it back home because we don't have a lot of time, and I keep looking at the theme for this conference, which is building a robust and resilient economy through technology, finance, investment, trade, and entrepreneurship. And if you remember, I opened up about agribusiness and trade, and I just want to close up on the same thing because, well, we have a lot of different backgrounds to share. So maybe I'll just end with a little story. A female came into the Ghana Commodity Exchange. It's a platform that brings buyers and sellers together. So you're coming to do trading. It's electronic trading, so there's technology. We're trading commodities, so there's agribusiness. It's actually a security when you trade through the Ghana Commodity Exchange, so there's finance involved. And even when we talk about access to finance, now that the commodities are securities, it's like a stock. So you can take that to a bank and get a loan based on your commodities that are stored in a warehouse. So it's really cutting across all of these sectors that we're looking at building the economy with. You're trading it, and then you're doing it as your own business. So there are real examples of what can work if the different policy frameworks are in place. We had a lady coming in, she's a member of the exchange. She sold her first commodities through the Ghana Commodity Exchange. After she sold it, within 24 hours, she received payment for her commodity. She received a text message from her bank saying that the funds had been credited, and she came into the exchange extremely happy and elated. Her business in the last 3 years it's a small business, mind you, but her business has grown tenfold, and she's working across all of these platforms. Because the policy was not designed for women, this access to finance, for example, this going to the bank to get a loan on the back of your commodity, it's for men and women. But the point is that it was not closed to women, and she took advantage of it. She said, okay, this is something that can help me. I'm going to go for it. And she's done that, and she's building her business. So the policies may not necessarily be female-oriented, but as long as they're open to men and women are given the opportunity to do something, they will do it, and they can drive business, and they can contribute significantly to the country's economy. It's a shame because the talk has ended up being quite short, and I don't want to make us go over time. But I think, the key message I want to leave is that yes, there are gaps, but there are much more opportunities than there are gaps. And if we're talking about women in business and how to build sustainable products and brands, communication is needed to let them know what is available to them, and then support is needed to help them to drive their goals and to make them into reality. So I will leave it there for the sake of time.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Jessie, quick one, then so we can just come.
Yeah. So Pamela's question, you must have an open door. And then when the young ladies approach you, you need to have time for them. There is no need if you will not deliberately have time to mentor someone. I mean, she asked a question about women in corporate. It must be deliberate. If you don't make it deliberate, it will not be successful. That's what I was saying.
Great one. Thank you.
Okay, just a last comment to all the ladies here. Jigbodi, Theresa, myself, Tucci. There are a few ladies here. We belong to a group called the Executive Women Network. There are about close to 190 of us. And what we do is we support women we mentor, we guide, and then we coach them. And this is a professional group. So when we step down here, if you are interested in joining us, there's so many questions that you're asking here. We don't have the time to answer all that. But if there's anything to testify, these 4 ladies, we are part of the Executive Women Network. You can ask any of us and we'll tell you how you can join the organization to unleash your potential. I think the sky is the limit for everybody here.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah,
I think that the question Pamela asked is a cultural thing that needs to start from parenting up until school, and then when we're done, we take the world for ourselves. It looks like sometimes we want to take the easy way out, but we need to be able to take some of the bold steps. And I'd like to use the opportunity to introduce a project that we're currently putting together. On the 15th, we're launching the Ghana Digital Marketing Survey or report, and we're taking a look at businesses all over this country, 1,000 brands, scaled to 100, and looking at the footprints of these brands and how they can use digital to communicate their brands and value. Right. I see that many people do not want to take the difficult route. Taking the difficult route actually sometimes brings more benefits as compared to the easy way out all the time.
Thank you so much. Teresa?
Well, my concluding remarks would be that I see 2 groups of women here, entrepreneurs and women in corporate. And so my advice to the 2 groups would be just stay focused on your essence as a woman and on your personal vision and just work hard at it. I believe that where there's a will, there's a way. So just keep focused on the big dream and keep pushing it wherever we find ourselves. Let's also move away from wearing this women cap, and let's look within us at our fullest possibilities, our fullest potentials, and let's just go for it. And that's what has really worked for me. I don't see that woman cap. I just go for it. And I believe once you do that, the doors open for you in various ways.
Thank you so much. Elaine?
Yes, my final thought. So we've heard a lot about barriers and we've heard a lot about solutions, potential solutions. But I really want to congratulate Ghana as a country for having one of the highest percentages of female entrepreneurs. And I want to share with you, sometimes there's the idea that in Europe, or the country where I'm from, Netherlands, that it's much easier there and much higher. But no, Ghana really tops and is far bigger and better in terms of female diversity than my country and then Europe. And therefore, what I want to say to everybody here, not only the women, but also the men, you know, all of us have a role to play in making this society more gender equal, and any society more gender equal. And so if you are able to influence that one person near you to really take up that step and that challenge to come forward as a woman, then I think we gain a lot as society. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'd just like to end it all by aggregating what we started. I'll talk to you, your answer after here, because I'll come to you personally and then we'll talk. Just to say that we started by what the hurdles were: policy, funding, access to trade, and creating value. And I think everyone here has brought one solution out. Ultimately, the final thoughts should be that every intervention that has been taken must be aggregated. Policies start with organizations. That's what Helen has clearly thought, and programs that are put in place. But I think there's one thing that is very clear, that everything that we're talking about must be put in structure to be able to be an intervention for the country. If it's not put in a particular structure, whether it's a structure of a network, a group, a policy, a paper, something that must be presented that can deliver, or instead of the talk shops, maybe specific things. I mean, what we are looking at is women are the largest contributors from what is being said to the economy. Because if 46% are entrepreneurs, then you take the corporate women and the side hustles, definitely the biggest contributors. But the value is low. That's why whenever we have shocks, there are no buffers. Okay, so where are these buffers coming from? The skills gap, the funding gap, the access gap, and all the solutions have been put in place. I would suggest that if maybe at the end of this forum, some paper comes out with the 4 or 5 key points that have been made, and then some implementation is done. So this session or this panel, as short as it has been, and I think Winston is not being fair, because yesterday's panel went for close to 3 hours, Tucci. We were here. Today's panel has been cut by
this is frontal
so much.
Attack.
So I think that, and he's going to, I just want his ears to hear it from the right, because our panel has been cut short, and there are 7 of us on this panel. So I'm making a point, and I'm making a case. Yes, look up to God, because that's the only way you can look now. The way the CD is going, you can only look up. But anyway, to resolve that, the most important thing I want to say is whatever solutions have been gotten here, let's aggregate it, and then let's make sure that skills gaps are addressed, funding gaps are addressed, policy gaps are addressed, trade gaps are addressed, and data gaps are addressed. Something must come out of this. It shouldn't end here. We as women are not ending here. We are going on, and we are going to do something. I mean, even this group, we are not ending here. So I think that today's session should not be rhetoric.
It wouldn't be.
GF, we are challenging you guys to come back, and then we can do something with what we have.
We'll
that will be my final thoughts.
By all means. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for all of them. Amazing. Thank you so much. Please wait. Thank you very much. Winston, now over to you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. And thanks to all the ladies for the wonderful discussions. Of course, you've talked about funding gaps. We hear that the funds are available. I like the bit about seeing yourself, not necessarily as a woman, because, if you put something in a law, at least 3 of them should be women. The politician would always look for 3. And for him, he's fulfilled the provisions of the law. And so, yes, we should be moving away from putting 2, 3. It doesn't get anything. If you want to really see women participating in a lot of the things we do, how about 50-50? That's the way to go. If you say 2, 3, of course, if you give me a chance, I would go for the least. So I say at least. Then I settle for the at least. But Jigbodi, your concern, you realized that yesterday there was a breaking news. So I wasn't here for that particular one. I left and came back. In fact, if I were here, it wouldn't have gone to 2 hours. Yours went for 2 hours instead of an hour and a half. I am not wicked after all. All right, so you take a group photograph and we'll get ready for the next session. Let's give it up for them. Alfred, separate yourself. Separate yourself. Separate yourself first. Yes, Alfred, separate yourself first. If we're okay, then Alfred can join. Okay, you can join now. Yes, Alfred. Oh, they say wait, still wait. Please join. Don't. Okay, thank you very much, ladies, for joining us. A very insightful conversation. And let's give it up for them. You see, the lobbying won't stop. the lobbying won't stop. And it reminds me so much of a CEO I had years ago. Now, the man came when I was working with Media General, TV3 and 3FM. He said something. He said, you can stop me and ask me every question about radio or television. But if you're getting ready to ask me a question about how to deal with women, I would answer you before you ask your question. His answer was very simple. They are always right. So, Jibodi, I am sorry. Next time I meet you anywhere, I would extend your session. But in the midst of all of that, there must be fairness. There must be fairness. I'm a very fair person. So now that we've talked about women in business overcoming critical hurdles to building sustainable products and brands for national development, it's important we talk about ensuring food sustainability and security. Of course, over the past few weeks, I'm sure many of you have realized that we're told that Ghana has the highest food inflation. And you know what that would mean for our food security and sustainability. And so this particular conversation is very, very, very important. Also because we've been practicing the planting for food and jobs now in its 6th year. What has been its outcome? How has that helped in achieving food security and sustainability? And at this point, we'd invite Anthony Morrison, who is CEO of the Agribusiness Chamber, and he will be moderating this particular session together with his team. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Anthony Morrison, who is CEO of overview of the Planting for Food and Jobs policy and implications for economic growth.
Yep. Right. Good morning, everyone. Good once again to have all of you here to discuss agriculture and food. I'm happy to be your moderator this morning, and it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague panelists. I have here Mr. Kwesi Kobo, who is the Chief Executive Officer of GESEL, as one of our panelists. We also have Mr. Kofi Martin, an agribusiness management consultant and a consultant with IFC. We also have Fred Kukubo, who is a top rice farmer and the CEO of Farmer Global. We also have the general manager of ADB in charge of agriculture, Mr. Kwame Atram. And finally, all due respect, Madam Fatima Ali Mohammed, chairperson of the AGI agriculture sector. Thank you. Right. We have to discuss a very important topic today. We're looking at how we can ensure food security and sustainability in our country. Various global institutions have painted a very gloomy picture of the sub-Saharan Africa food security. We've looked at data from IMF, data from USAID, World Bank, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and our own World Food Program on Ghana's food security status. It is very eminent and important that such critical topics are discussed today to bring up the critical issues for you to also know what indicators affect your food security status as a family person, as a business owner. I wouldn't want to talk too much, but we would actually be looking at this, planting for food and jobs. And as you already know, it was a program introduced by the current government to look at food security in some key thematic areas. They were looking at food crops, rice, maize, sorghum, and vegetables. My panelists are very well distinguished people with several years' experience in the industry. I would like to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves, and thereafter we begin our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Morrison. My name is Kwame Esiedua-Trumps. I am the General Manager in charge of agribusiness at ADB. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kwesi Kobo, CEO, Gersal.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Ali Mohammed. I am the chairperson at the Association of Ghana Industries.
Good afternoon, I'm Kofi Martin. I'm a farmer and also a consultant with the World Bank.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Fred Kukubo. I'm also a farmer and also the managing partner for Farmer Global Agribusiness Limited. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. We will be also expecting the Deputy Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Frimpong, to join us. Today is an important calendar or a date on the calendar of Ministry of Food and Agriculture, where we are actually making a presentation on the status of Ghana's agriculture at the Joint Sector Review Workshop currently taking place at Alisa. So most of us are supposed to be there, but we are also sacrificing for this program, and he will be joining us shortly. I would like to, first of all, give some kind of background information about PFJ, those of you who do not know so well about the PFJ. In Ghana, the food crop sector or subsector is dominated by smallholder farmers whose cropping practices are characterized by inadequate use of productivity-enhancing technologies, low use of quality seeds and fertilizers, weak market linkages. So the Planting for Food and Jobs was introduced as a campaign of the government to look at 5 implementing models. These models include crops, which is part of the Planting for Food and Jobs, which aims to promote food security and immediate availability of selected food crops on the market, and also to provide jobs. This model was officially launched by the President in April 19, 2017. And we were looking at food crops, planting for export and rural development, which is PED, greenhouse technologies and village, rearing for food and jobs, and agriculture mechanization services, AMSEX. The tenets of the campaign was to motivate our farmers to use certified seeds and fertilizers, empower the beneficiaries with knowledge and skills to maximize the benefits of use of subsidized input, improve marketability of the increased food produced under the campaign through strong linkages among producers, aggregators, public institutions, private food and feed enterprises. So in short, we're looking at to create some kind of synergy within the various actors of the value chain. Mr. Kwesi Kobe, Among us, you are the most senior among us here. Your experience speaks for itself. You have been actively engaged in the industry well over 30 years. You were actually the USAID advisor to the ministry, and you have performed quite a lot of huge portfolios, and currently you head GESEL. Can you tell us over the years some kind of history where we are coming from as an industry? Has Ghana done well over the past 30 years? And looking at the success stories, are we building on it, or we are kind of stagnated with reference to food security in this country? Thank you.
Hello, yeah. Anthony, thank you. Well, any initiative, policy you want to follow, it has an outcome. And what's the outcome? A number of outcomes. One, you want to be sure that you reduce your imports. Two, you want to be sure that you increase your exports and also export diversification. Three, you want to make sure that whatever your outputs are feed into industrialization. And then four, you want to make sure that there's also price competitiveness. Okay. So we've got to ask ourselves a number of questions. Over the last 30 years, we've seen increased amount of foodstuffs or food that we can competitively grow in the country. You take the rice sector, you take the poultry broiler sector, we are seeing huge imports coming in. We haven't increased that base of our agricultural exports. So I think my response addresses the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwesi. Certainly, yes, we have not been doing too much when it comes to our agro exports. But going to Madam Fatima, as the chairperson of the agribusiness sector for AGI, what's the role of the private sector, and did the private sector support government in the implementation of the PFJ? While answering that, is it possible you can dovetail that into the PFJ itself, its implementation? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sitting around very distinguished gentlemen, and I'm going to let them be the ones that discuss all the bigger aspects from policy and all that. I tend to be a realist, and I feel it's very important to touch on the reality of things, because a lot of times we come to events like this, we speak at a lot of stuff, and it ends up just being a talk shop, and there is no action that is followed by it. I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, are we food secure? Because in that question itself, the answer lies in. If we're sitting in a country right now, at one point where onions, 1 kilo of onions was more expensive than 1 liter of fuel, that should tell you enough. Mr. Kwesi just talked about poultry. As a country, we import close to 3.2 million kgs of poultry a month into this country. And we as Africans have never had to have ever face what we used to call I call it the rich man's diseases such as cancer. Today, if we look at the number of people that are dying of cancer in Ghana and in West Africa, it's very, very high. Why do you think that is happening? If you're going to be importing meats, just the basics, we're talking about a situation where we do not have cold storages sitting, at the ports, and you are bringing in meats that have to go through the high seas. There is what you call defrosting, frosting, defrosting, 60 days by the time it gets here. It gets to the port. How many days does it sit at the port before it gets cleared, before it goes into, supermarkets and goes into places? We're killing ourselves, and we're doing it knowingly, right? So we can't be ignorant to the fact that we don't know what we're doing. We do. The question is, and as private sector can only do so much. And today we're sitting here all crying about the dollar at 15, and now to stabilize at 13, and yet we're continuing to be an import-based country where 90% of everything, right down to our eggs, are imported. How do we think the private sector is actually going to be willing to put in more money into the system without there being a fear of a knee-jerk reaction or challenges that are going to affect the system? You're talking about utility costs being high. You're talking about running costs being high for operations. We're talking about logistical challenges. If we continue to import, in the chamber we keep talking about, tomatoes, yet we have, so much tomatoes in the country going through post-harvest losses. What is it that we're doing? So private sector can only do so much. As much as I can say this, government is supposed to be the policy creator, right? They're supposed to be the enabler, but it's not the government that has to do things. It's actually the private sector. But as of today, where we're sitting right now, I don't think only as private sector, but even as a common man, it is a tough challenge. So there's only so much we can do right now. So if you asked me what was the solution, I think, in the military, they talk about a surgical strike. We all need to come together. We need to put our heads down and really address what are the real issues. And as Africans, we say, you want to eat the elephant, you can only eat the elephant piecemeal. And it's high time we do that, because food insecurity is actually looming. In the next couple of months, people going to shop will not find food, and it is a fact. What are we doing about the urgency?
Thank you very much, Madam Fatima. Our culture system is weak, so we do not have the opportunity or what it is to safeguard our frozen food system. Now, this brings to light the Economic Intelligence Report in 2021 in the UK that actually looked at Africa food systems and food security. And to extend that, we narrowed on Ghana, where we talked about the fact that our government for years haven't been committed to their own programs that they have set out to achieve. And secondly, they have not been actually put things or structures in place to align major agriculture sector programs. And also that applies to policies and also non-harmonization of the agriculture sector policies. Kofi, as a private consultant and a farmer, we know the threats to sustainability of our food systems are bound along the commodity value chain. The food system approach must be used to ensure that the food needs of the current future generations are adequately catered for. Do we have, as an M&E expert as well, do we have enough data to inform us as a country where we ought to be projecting to? Or the kind of data we are using, is it so outdated that all our programs and projects are seen not to be properly aligned, as we see in the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Program of the African Union that last month evaluated Ghana's agriculture sector not to be on track, but progressing? Can you give us the picture that you see, and especially how the PFJ was implemented from an M&E perspective? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. From where I'm sitting, I think when it comes to data, we are not doing a lot in data, to be very honest with us. Last week, there was a publication that we import about 800,000 metric tons of tomato from Burkina Faso. And even their production data contradicts it. I think we do not have the enabling data mining infrastructure to get the right data, timely data, and reliable data. Let me use the PFJ as an example. I've been working with a lot of donor-funded programs on M&E, and you could see there is a clear gap in terms of the kind of data we pick. Assuming you are going to give fertilizer to smallholder farmers, and you cannot determine where the fertilizer is going, who is receiving what? At the end of the day, what is the quantity produced by the smallholder farmer? So to me, we do not have that infrastructure to get that right data that we need. And if you look at the PFG, one of the key tenets is to use ICT to target beneficiaries. But then at the implementation level, in fact, I was involved in most of the interventions. At the implementation level, it's just a paper, write the farmer's name, write the acres the farmer is cultivating, the name of the community, and maybe the district and the region, and that is it. But if you compare it with other donor-driven projects, it goes to the extent of picking data on the farmer's thumbprint, the farmer's signature, the farmer's picture, videos of the farmer receiving other inputs or whatever. So if you ask me about data, I will say that we have a lot of gaps, not only in agricultural sector, but in almost in every sector in Ghana. Our data is difficult, sometimes uncomfortable, when you are speaking with data. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi. I think that we are getting deep into the discussion. I'd like to come to production. Then I'll come to almighty finance. Yes, just a few days ago, IMF has come up with its own food security vulnerability of the sub-region, especially the sub-Saharan Africa. And it says that the sub-Saharan Africa, including Ghana, remains most food insecure region in the world. And it prefaced its statement to say the share of the under-malnourished people in the sub-Saharan Africa has been steadily increasing since 2012, reversing important progress made during the 2000s. The pandemic, the Russian war have exacerbated our food insecurity in the region by depressing incomes, disrupting global supply chains, and driving up prices of food and agriculture, particularly fertilizers. Mr. Farmer, Fred, you are a rice farmer. Low production levels, low affordability, demand for nutrient-driven, final result, food to table. What is the actual challenge of today's farmer in Ghana? We have seen Ghana's import of rice rising. The data from United States Department for Agriculture is saying we are looking to import about 1.1 million metric tons of milled rice. Our projected rice production has been downgraded as a result of climate change. As we speak, some major rice farmers in the Volta region that produces, I think Volta region produces over 40% of Ghana's rice capacity. They are facing challenges with post-harvest because of lack of dryers. At the point of harvesting, they were not able to dry because the rains were coming heavily. So they have a lot of paddies that have gone bad. And at the time of transplanting for the minor season, their seedlings were submerged on the field as a result of climate change. Can you, in 3 minutes, box all these problems for me and where we should be heading to as a country?
Yeah, thank you very much, Morrison. But I think 3 minutes may not be enough to talk about all the issues you raised. Yes, like you rightly mentioned, the food security actually scares us in the face as far as our access to the major staples we consume as a country. And I'm happy you particularly mentioned the rice sector because I play a dominant role there as far as our business is concerned. In fact, across the general grains, as a matter of fact. And for some of us, we think that the inception of the PFJ, the Plant for Food and Job, is, the beginning was one of the best things that could actually have happened to this country. In fact, if you look at the objectives that have been set out for the PFJ and the current status we find ourselves in, of course, for every project, there might be some challenges. We don't expect perfection per se, but we have the capacity and the strength to minimize risk as much as we can. So it had quite some downward trend, negatively, if you like, across the board with respect to the food security measures we are looking forward to as a country, as far as our major staples is concerned. So for me, there are three things I really want to talk about. I think last year, during this same session, I raised some few key points, and it kind of saddens my heart that I still have to reiterate them. Because if you look at the numbers, across the board, in terms of access to food, and then our food stock as a country, it's quite scary. And I think a lot of global challenges have hit us as a country that should bring us back to the table and question ourselves if as a country or as a nation, as far as our agricultural systems is concerned, we are laying the right eggs. I think we need to have a rethinking, in my humble opinion. We need to be very objective about the challenges that we are facing as an economy. And for the purpose of this session, we had to do some research. And when I look at the National Food Balance Sheet, say for 2020, I think, and with respect to the total food stock we have as a reserve for the country for 2020 into 2021, it was just 8.2%, just about 8%. What that basically means is that if our current production cannot meet our needs and we have to fall on our food reserves, of the total production that was made in 2020, it was just 8% of that was reserved for the country. I mean, the data is there for all of us to go and check. And for me, first as a farmer, and then as a consumer, and then if you're looking at the population as a whole, it is indeed very scary. And we need to have a refocus or a rethinking, as I'm saying. Now, the PFJ focuses on smallholder farmers, and indeed we've had challenges with data to measure its impact, though there have been quite some few good success stories, I must admit as well. But it's also about impact at that level. So I feel that in as much as we are looking at helping the smallholder farmers, we need to look at the capacity of these farmers to turn around the level of investment that goes down there. So perhaps could we also have a shifting to commercial, productions, for instance? Because at the end of the day, it's about impact. And that is why I believe that if I should approach any bank, any banking institution, I'm happy we have ADB here, any banking institution, and I'm seeking for accessing some funds or finance from them, definitely they will be looking at the impact. So could we have a shift from that form of smallholder system to a more of commercial system, which can effectively guarantee our access to food and nutritional security? That is the first thing I really want to humbly suggest as far as our approaches to some of these interventions are concerned, like the PFJ. They are interesting programs that the current government is implementing. In fact, if you look at the document, the dossier with these programs, it looks very innovative. It has always been the implementation, the approaches we are using as a country, which to some extent doesn't seem to really yield the expected result, the expected result we want to see as a country. The second thing I want to touch about is, again, the infrastructure within the agricultural value chain. You spoke about rice, and it is so true. And I'll use rice. Yes, I'll use rice as an example here. Like you rightly mentioned, Volta region, if you compare the northern and the southern sector, Volta region is top in terms of 40%. I think the northern region is just about 20 or 25% in total with respect to rice and all that. And we are having serious issues in that sector, in as much as the current government is committed to cutting down importation. Already, importation is no longer favorable for the importers. We are all aware, the dollar cedi issues. It doesn't favor importation. So global challenges is actually driving us back to the table to look at local or internal, development, reinforcement of our investments. I think we need to look at it very seriously, because at the end of the day, we all consume food. And that is what gives us the energy. All right? So if you come to that level, in terms of the production level, there are serious bottlenecks, serious challenges. Farmers are producing rice, but they are not able to, get the rice at the quality that is expected in terms of, let's say, the fresh harvest. You need to dry, every grain needs to be dried. Okay, so there are no infrastructure, or there is not enough infrastructure to help to dry these rice. We call them paddy at the expected quality. I can only, in the whole of Volta region, I think I can count of just about 3 millers who more or less have very good mechanical dryers for the general grains. I mean, rice, maize, and what have you. So if you look at the central tongue, the north tongue, I mean, the Volta enclave, that area, going all the way to the south, the Central Kofi Hohoi area, all the way down there, there isn't effective, mechanization or infrastructure like a mechanical dryer that can at least be able to dry these rice at the quality specification that is needed, for instance. So it's a big challenge. And so the post-harvest losses would be more. We are also actually experiencing severe climate change challenges, where at this time of the season, you are not expecting so much rain. But if you look at the weather forecast and you've been following, you realize that there are many farms that are being flooded. Recently in northern region, there was a spill, and a whole lot of farms were destroyed. And then down south here, many farms have been submerged. We are experiencing it as I speak here. So what does that mean? What does that tell us as a country? Already we may not be able to import because of the dollar. And then the local production, with our little effort too, we're having challenges down there. So it's really, really a very big challenge. And so for me, I think that we need to go back to the drawing table. We need to really focus on the areas that we believe that as a country, as a nation, we should be able to salvage and place emphasis on where it matters most. You understand? So there are a whole lot of things we can talk about, but for me, I think these are the figures that really look scary. We have not been able to produce enough, first of all, to feed ourselves as an economy. Secondly, we don't have enough stock reserve as an economy or as a nation. It is true. It's a fact. I am not saying it. It's the records that are saying so. So we need to have a rethinking. And I think that what is happening to us, particularly within the sub-Saharan Africa here, is a clarion call for Africa or Ghana as a nation to to come back to the drawing table and look at, set out different approaches to how we manage our food systems in this country. Else, any major global challenge, aside COVID, Russia, Ukraine, would really put us out there.
Thank you very much, Fred. That's a clarion call for us to all be looking at local content in our food. I remember going to Brazil and I had to eat cassava balls. In fact, when I was eating, I was enjoying. The gentleman came to me and said, "Do you know what you are eating? That's cassava balls." I said, "What do you mean cassava balls?" And this is cassava being molded with a little bit of margarine. All you have to do is boil it a little bit, and then you have your stew, your sauce, your soup or whatever, and it tastes so fantastic. We can do a lot of things with our local food. So we need to start looking at probably a different orientation to our food appetite. And that brings me to a lot of questions that is mind-boggling now. And I have almighty ADB to do justice to it. I'm happy. I'm so happy to have you, Kwame. Good to meet you once again. See, I'm laughing because he's going to provide us all the financial challenges. And Mr. Gessel will complement that. And you see, coming from the 2021 facts and figures for Ministry of Food and Agriculture, we know our balance sheet, our food balance sheet is only 2%, which we carry from major season to the minor season. And that is inclusive of import. So that means that there is a huge potential for investment into agriculture. And what that also says is that we are seriously food insecure. Because having to only carry 2% including imports, into the next production season, tells us that our buffer stock, our warehouses are not functioning properly. And that puts the burden on everybody sitting here. You can do your part of the game. Just do an acre, and Ghana will be on the progress of food security. Now, the African Union, CADEP, and Maputo and Malabo declarations have called it, and Ghana is a signatory to it. That says that governments in Africa should make an increasing budgetary allocation of no less than 3 to 10% in order to fulfill our food security challenges. The World Bank FAO last year is telling us that the African farmers in 8 years' time, 2030, would make a collective $1 trillion. We are being told by IMF that Ghana receives very low investment into the agriculture sector. Let's put government aside. Private sector, private banking, private financing. What are we not doing well as industry players? Or what is the kind of innovative financing is the like of ADB bringing on board to change the narrative? We have spoken about the fact that probably we should be looking at some special purpose vehicle for agriculture funding, some public investment into agriculture, or a lot of narratives. What is the situation for us? And what does ADB have for us going into next year?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Morrison. Indeed, access to finance is a big challenge for many of our farmers and agribusinesses. But it is so because financing agriculture is largely premised on data, information. That information we require to be able to determine what exactly the applicants have been able to do or are capable to do has been missing in a lot of the cases. The financier looks at, first of all, who it is they're going to finance, what project it is they're considering, and the market. We've determined that there's a huge gap in what we produce locally and what we also import, and the potential to improve upon what is locally produced to create opportunity for those who also seek or have the ability to finance, to partner in that venture and have a win-win situation. However, in terms of financing agriculture, you need information because you, especially commercial banks, have investments they're going to use or financing they're going to use to support our agribusinesses. These are from depositors and from external investors. And they expect that at any point in time when they come, whatever they have invested in you or entrusted in your care, you should be able to give them back. So any venture that we would then support also must be profitable. Many of our agricultural and agribusiness setups in Ghana today, unfortunately, are not very business focused or profit oriented. And that is a very, very difficult thing or challenge that many commercial banks face today with smallholder farmers especially. The person comes to you and is asking for 100 cedis. How does he hope to deploy the 100 cedis? what is it that he's buying? To what extent has he himself or herself also invested in that venture to know what contribution they have in that game? Record keeping is poor, so there is no basis to compare to see that given 100 cities, this is what they can do. Now, when they've been able to satisfy and show you that they truly have the capacity to apply the 100 cities and be profitable, you would want to look at the market. How sustainable is this market? What is the nature of the market they are feeding into? Quite a number of them are very informal. Informal, therefore, we are unable to determine the capacity of the buyers to use in determining that when we've given them the money, they would be able to generate the required revenues to pay back. A few also have had issues with credit history or character. Their ability to show us that when they borrowed from party A, establishment B, and so on, they paid back faithfully. In the past, when we used not to have the Credit Reference Bureau, a couple of people just took the funding from one entity, didn't pay back, went to the other, and didn't pay back. And there is a lot of poor attitudes with respect to some of our entrepreneurs that make it difficult to access funding. But those that are capable of accessing funding, once you provide the business opportunity and case properly in terms of what market there is to feed into, what capabilities you have to produce and feed into that market sustainably and pay back, there is always opportunity to be supported. In terms of financing agriculture, there are two things. There are two ways of doing it: equity and debt. There are some types of ventures that you require equity and others that you may require debt. It's not everybody that needs debt to be able to fund their activities and be profitable. However, the equity type funding that there is, a lot of our institutions too don't want to open up and partner other people. Especially with regard to startups and certain stages of growth where your balance sheet and your cash flow is such that it cannot bear the burden that debt brings on your establishment or your operations. And you need other equity injection or partners to help you take part of your shareholding, management, and go along with you in giving you money that doesn't provide you the burden of always having to pay back with interest. But then as they take part with you in your venture, they are happy to have patience for you and go along with you to the extent that now you become established, become expanded enough to be capable of bearing debt. Many of us wouldn't want to take advantage of it. And so everybody, even when he's had a new opportunity, is getting into a very new venture, the first thing they think of is debt, which might not be the best type of financing to help you. In addition to that, there are various risks that we look at, especially with primary production. You must be able to demonstrate that technically you are sound with the application of your inputs and financing that to a large extent you're able to pay back. However, if in the event of the vagaries of the weather or anything that goes out of your control, you are not able to pay back from your cash flows, what is your fallback? That is where we would then ask you to indicate what you're securing your financing with. Sadly, today, it's become so much the question for many people that they believe all the banks are asking for is collateral. But the first thing any financier would most likely look out for as you approach them is your own capacity to turn around your inputs, generate revenue, and pay back from your cash flows, right? And where you are unable to do that because of, say, for example, quite recently we heard of the Wager situation, or even the Bagri Dam situation where the dams had to open their spillways, there was flooding, and therefore people who had borrowed money to grow crops had issues of flooding their crops coming under.
Mr. Kwame, you are mentioning or going to one area that brings to view the role of insurance.
Yeah.
We know GESEL has guaranteed some of these agriculture finances. Does ADB have the money to put into agriculture? We know, I mean, KK is sitting here. They have invested a lot. They have guaranteed a lot of some of these monies from the banks. Why is ADB not putting, let's say, $200 million into agriculture annually in Ghana, where we know that we import well over several billions of dollars annually into this industry? And government is ready to say, okay, if ADB is ready to put $2 million, we are ready to also cut down on importation. Why is ADB not making that kind of statement to the private sector and say, look, we are ready to do this? If government is ready to do, we want that kind of strong commitment from the likes of ADB.
Okay. ADB has done that. As we speak today, ADB's investment into agriculture is about 993 million cedis.
That's in today's Ghana, $130,000.
Yes, that's fine. But if you were to compare what the Bank of Ghana survey says, that just about 3% or 3.57% of lending to the sector is what has gone into agriculture. And ADB has more than 24, 25% of its lending into agriculture. You would then know that ADB is way ahead in terms of the industry and has shown commitment. However, what we're again saying is that because of the introduction of things like credit guarantees from GESEL, because of the introduction of things like agric insurance from GAIP,
yeah.
Right, we have also further increased our lending to those sectors, because one of the major things that we used to be concerned about in terms of primary agriculture was how to deal with pests, diseases, floods, and what have you, which are now very well covered by these entities.
Yeah.
So all that there is for the various businesses that are into primary agriculture to demonstrate to us that in terms of the technical aspects, they have it. And that is what we have done in recent times and improved upon our lending. Because just last year, for example, at the end of last year, our lending was just around 690, 700. This year, we've increased it to 900 million, right? That should show you that indeed we are committed and are into agricultural lending. What have we done this year? What we've done is we've supported major agricultural entities that are into processing, that are into, what do you call it, like nucleus farm holding. They have a lot of outgrower operations attached to them. And in supporting them, we have reached out to a lot or thousands of smallholder farmers who are attached to their operations. We've also supported aggregators. We've enabled the aggregators or the buffer stock company to also mop up some of these things to stabilize prices, to be able to make available food to various establishments like the school feeding and what have you, right? So these opportunities truly exist. It's about knowing how to qualify for them and accessing them. That is why I sought in the beginning to try and lay the foundation for what it is that we look out for. But otherwise, yes, ADB has been truly living out its mandate in this past few years, and people should truly get to approach us to understand. Those who haven't approached, who haven't benefited, and sometimes I've heard that.
Kwame, hold on.
Yes.
Those of you who haven't approached ADB, please approach them now. He says you should approach. Make the right approach and get a funding. I'll be coming back to you. But KK, I mean, we love by calling you KK the industry. We know that the role of government is kind of to provide the externalities. And in the agriculture sector, we have talked about the fact that there are critical needs to provide good roads for transporting agriculture from the farm area onto the market. We know how deplorable most agriculture or the farm roads are. We've been talking about silos, warehouses. We've been talking about post-harvest challenges. I want to come to poultry. And I know with your support, you have invested a lot into poultry industry over the past 2 years. However, I know your own data at GESEL shows clearly Ghana's importation bill for poultry has gone up. We have in the past 8 months have witnessed over 2,000 poultry industry collapsing, and over 1,800 have downsized. Now, that leaves room for a lot of intervention. Let's look at it in this context. We will say that some threats, whether economic threats of global nature, whether economic threats of national nature, have seen its footprint in the agriculture sector. How positioned is GESEL going forward 2023 to help us to mitigate all these losses by way of bringing the intervention, your mechanism, just as Kwame alluded to, in terms of the mitigating, probably also with GAEP, that's the Ghana Agriculture Insurance Pool. How positioned is your sector or your institution to mitigate some of these losses?
Anthony, thank you. But I think let me go back a bit and then provide a bit more a layer of understanding to what Kwame said. Okay. Now, currently, according to Bank of Ghana, MPC report 2022, lending to agricultural sector is about 3.5%. But MPL is 27.99%. What does it mean? It means that for every CD you lend to the sector, a quarter goes bad. And that's very high. Yeah. But the highest probably of MPL is construction. Even its sectoral credit allocation is about 10, 11%. So there are fundamental issues, okay? And some of us are of the position that the issue is not just about guarantees, it's about the whole regime of both internal and external risk. Okay. Now, when I say internal risk, for example, Kwame mentioned some production-related issues of nutrition, pests and diseases, water, so forth. These are risks that exist within systems. Now, let's be clear. Government has a role to play, private sector has a role to play. Because it's not government that does production. It's private sector that does production. Now, you realize that You know, some of the challenges the banks face, because I work closely with them, is that it's a matter of these assessments. So if you're a bank and about a quarter of people are not paying their loans, two things happen. It raises interest rates because you've got to compensate for that. And two, also dampens your appetite to lend. Yes, GESA issues guarantees, but we've come to the conclusion that guarantees is not the only panacea. You see, I would say that finance is just a layer on a cake. Get the fundamentals right and you're okay. Because when you take any typical cash flow, and most of you can agree with me, you're operating, what's your operational cost? The cost of you producing the goods. To ensure that if, for example, it's maize, and the seed you're using says it should be 7 metric tons per kilo, then you should do that. But it means that your production systems should be right, nutrition should be right, pest and disease management should be right. Now, we know the price of maize. So your competitiveness comes from your yield, not how much money you make. And as such, if you don't manage to harbor or husband these risks properly, you're in a position where you can't pay for it. Now let's take poultry. I mean, the poultry industry in terms of bed has been eviscerated in this country. And there are a number of reasons why. One is the price of maize. Okay? Two is your scale of operations. Right? So, and then also value addition and so forth. There are a few companies that we're currently working with, actually with ADB, where we are trying to help because we import over 200,000 tons of poultry meat. And it's been the case over the years. But why is the price of maize high? Why is the price of soybean high? Those constitute about 10% of your feed costs. Because your average yield of maize in this country is about 2.something metric tons. Go to the US or go to Brazil, you're talking about 12, 13 metric tons. So clearly there's a comparative advantage here. All right? Your scale of operation is also high. So unless we tackle the fundamentals of why we are uncompetitive, we'll keep on importing maize every day. Okay. But what we are doing is that we are trying to now see piloting. So we know that overnight you cannot be that competitive, but you can be. So our strategy is that, all right, we know that imported chicken, and I'm sorry if I've spoiled your lunch today, but most imported chicken coming here, some of them are very old, they are chlorinated, they apply a lot of hormones, all kinds of issues here, okay? If those of you here in beautiful ties and suits decide that next year, or from Christmas, you would patronize locally produced chicken in Ghana, a bit more expensive, but more nutritious, and we build up that market, over a period of time, you give them the space for them to grow. But then, we come back to PFJ. How do we make maize competitive? How do we make soybean competitive? And it comes to our production systems. You know, over the years, since independence, it's about smallholder, and we keep on saying the same thing, and we don't see any results from it. Okay? Now, let's ask ourselves questions here. Your environment. Take land. He wants collateral for somebody who wants to produce maize. The systems for land registration, is it there? We're having challenges with it. You're talking about water. You go to areas where are new waterways and people are building houses there. Drive all the way to Okwenya, near my hometown, Somenya, where it should be a major, and people are building houses there. No clear, there's a lack of discipline in our land usage. All right? Regulatory. How do we ensure that inputs we use, agrochemicals, are of good quality? Okay, so, but those ones, it's not about money. And I disagree with the AUs and, because some of us, we also work in the talk in agriculture. And there are too many people who talk agriculture who probably have never planted a seed before. And that's where my challenge is. And there's too much talk about government spending. It's not about spending. Some things you don't need money. Some things you need to make sure that the environment is working. So we are doing our best, but what I'm trying to say is that unless we take a holistic view, that look, our production system, let's start developing commercial farm. Let me give you an example. We consume in this country, I think the poultry industry, 250,000 metric ton annually? Well, plus or minus. Yeah. Human consumption, we do 1.2 million metric ton? Okay. Look at the price of maize over the last 10 years. Compare the price of maize and compare it to what happens in other countries like Brazil and so forth. Your yield is about a sixth of Brazil. How can you be competitive? So for me, I think when you are solving a problem, let's cut straight to the chase. Let's look at the fundamentals. But we keep on walking around. I see we are working on we are skating on an ice rink, and we keep on avoiding the clear issues. So that's where I come from. My last thing I'll say is that, the thing about agribusiness is that it is tough. And it's about your capacity to do what you want to do, how you structure it, your ability to invest in it, and so forth. Okay? Now, for some production systems, if you want to start a debt, it won't fly. So we are doing tree crops where there's it won't fly. So people need to ensure that, like you're running any business, you've got to do it properly. Okay? And I think that this issue of this is Africa about wholesale things. Why don't we are trying to pick a few winners. People are committed, and groom them. Grow them, and then probably a lot of these issues will be addressed. But in all small, we were doing what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, KK. All right, let's have it. We love it. It's not easy to sit here and discuss critical issues of this nature. And thank you for the applause once again. Yes, we are getting into it. And we've, over the years, have been talking about, we haven't seen a lot of private sector in agriculture. It's only interventions from government, and we haven't been seeing the kind of critical synergies and all that. Madam Fatima, you are with AGI, Association of Ghana Industries. They are big, massive. Yes, of course, you are. You've been thinking of coming up with a bank, right? Okay. So we know you've spoken about the Material Council as a very critical intervention for the one district, one factory, along the line of the PFJ. Okay. At the same level, we have been talking about private sector PPP kind of arrangement, or an agri-PPP arrangement. Why are we not seeing a lot of these millionaires in Ghana, a lot of these so well-endowed corporate institutions trying to invest into the agriculture? Because it lies on the kind of role AGI, Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, and several others are playing. But with you at AGI and chairing the agribusiness sector, why are we not seeing that kind of synergy to sustain or kind of ensure continuous productivity and reduce all the unhealthy things that we import with the taxpayers' money?
You always ask me the toughest questions, and then I get into trouble because I always have to be very truthful. I'm a Kenyan, and East Africa and West Africa, as much as it's the same continent, it's so different. We do not import anything. We don't import chicken, we don't import eggs, we don't import toilet paper, we don't import anything. It's purely a private sector manufacturing industry country. Now we're talking about the continental free trade. Okay? We already know that Kenya is on that team. I'm sitting here as Ghana right now, so I'm not championing Team Kenya. But do we know what that means for us when we say that they are on the team of the 8 countries that have been selected to start the continental free trade? Even before the AFTA came into place, walk into the supermarkets, all the vegetables you see on the supermarkets are from Kenya. And now all of a sudden you have Lebanon and you have Netherlands. How shameful are we as Africans to think that we can't grow our own chicken in our backyards, to grow our own tomatoes, our own chilies, and be able to say that we're willing to patronize it? Sometimes God comes to give us a lesson. you know, and I keep saying that God chose the farmer as a custodian of the land. Not you, not me, I'm not even a farmer. It's people who farm and toil the land that God decided, you know, they're going to be the custodians. What is happening in the world today, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, the pandemic, whatever else, is a lesson for us to realize that if we don't stand up and literally do what we need to do, it's not about private sector, it's not about government, for crying out loud. It's about the fact that we need to be able to have 3 meals a day on our table. What are we doing ourselves to put ourselves in that situation? Now, the continental free trade is going to be the other thing that's going to be a wake-up call, because I can tell you, as Kenyans, they're going to come in, and they're not going to sit. Already, you can see in the last 2 weeks, Kenya's already sent a lot of stuff to Ghana. We have a bilateral trade agreement. Nobody's sitting and sleeping. Every country is thinking about their own benefits and where are they going to be able to do it. So we can sit here, keep thinking about policies and keep thinking about who's going to do what. While we're sleeping, the others are taking the challenge. And they're moving with it. So private sector can only do so much. You talked about the poultry industry. 2,000, poultry industries being shut down in the last couple of months. In the last couple of years, we've had 13 factories running cashew industry. And you know, Morrison, only 1 factory is running out of those 13 factories. So is it a private sector problem? It isn't a private sector. Private sector can only put so much up to the time that they feel they can do what they need to do. When the bleeding starts, the bleeding happens. Now, let's, with ADB, I think they're the right bank to be in this sector. And you talked about the AGI coming in with the bank. Yes, we're looking at doing that because we've realized that, unfortunately, there are certain things that we can't continue to depend, because there are certain factors that are going to come into play when it comes to the banking industry, certain legislatures, a lot of challenges. So what can we do for our members? So this is something, yes, we are looking at, and this is something we want to go for. That said, if we look at, I have a farmer who's sitting here who works with the development agencies, donor agencies. I'm very proud to see MasterCard is one of the founders here. I can tell you for a fact, with a lot of the incubators and startups and farmers that I work with, who are the new generational thinkers, who are making, because we kept talking about making agriculture sexy for the youth. Now, in the private sector, do we have the youth coming to play a role? They're not, because they're finding it very difficult to come into this space, okay? Now, what is happening is that you can have donor agencies coming in. I can tell you, and you know about very many projects that have been selected, and all these donor funders come in and say, okay, we've selected this. They take the money, they go and give it to the banks, and they say 20 million, and I'm excluding ADB from this because I know you're not in trouble with me because of this, but with the other traditional banks. And you will find this foundation or this supporting agency, international agency, saying we're giving in $200,000 for this particular project of women, farmers, share, whatever. I can tell you for a fact the banks haven't released those monies. I'm sitting on those cases every single day. Why? Because the banking industry is looking at it from the banking lens. They're not looking at it from, wait a second, and that money is not yours. The money has been given to you. Give the damn money. But we don't want to do it because, wait, I need to think about the risk. I need to think about this. Farming is always going to be risky, because after climate change, this issue, Galamsey comes and swipes you or whatever, there is no property there's no asset that the bank can come and confiscate. So obviously it's always going to remain risky. So we need to look at innovative ideas. And today, for example, you look at Nigeria. Nigeria has already introduced the agric Bitcoin. We're sitting here. We're thinking, oh, this cryptocurrency and blah, blah, blah is another future, whatever. But what is happening is today, I can tell you, I train a lot of incubators at MEST and AfriLabs who are in the agric space, and you'll be shocked at the solutions the young generation are coming up with. And what they've decided is they're not going to go to banks. They're going to go to innovative approaches to get this money, and they're getting the money. They are getting the money. I can tell you one incubator I'm speaking to, I'm not even going to give you his name. This boy is 29 years old, and he moves $9 million in Ghana. $9 million just by going to Medina, going to Sawam, finding out people where to go. So whenever I see research about banking and all that, and the reason I'm still touching on finance, because for the private sector, that is where the challenge comes in, is finance to the agri sector. But we need to, like he said, go and reset. Let's start having these conversations, because even when research is being done about the banking industry, we're forgetting all these other players that are playing in the non-traditional banking space. And they're the ones that are taking the chunk of this money. So we need to think, because today if everybody has to go for vetting and go, listen, we're Africans, and I speak the truth. The problem with us is we have this what's in it for me syndrome. Before we allow an application to go through, what's in it for me? By the time you want to go and get what's in it for me. So by the time you're even going to start taking loans at 22% or whatever, you're paying another 28% because you have to give kickbacks in the process. Please tell me which farmer is going to do that. One of the challenges that we have, and I keep saying, a government employee can go to the office, even in the rural area, read a newspaper from morning till evening and still be paid a salary. But a farmer who produces, if he is not able to have access to market on that day, that is a loss for him. It is done. So private sector can only do so much, and private sector wants to play in the value chain, because we can't continue saying we're only going to be in one part of the production, of the farming, not get into production, not get into, but we're seeing the cases. Poultry.
But Fatima, yes, private sector can do so much, okay? But is it that the Ghana's private sector is not being innovative enough, or the kind of assurances they require from government is not forthcoming? What is the point?
I think rather than, it's not about innovation. There's a lot of things that are happening. They don't make it to the news. Oh God, there's a lot of stuff happening in the agri sector. We don't highlight it. I think for private sector, if we take today's scenario of where we're at, whether it's the dollar, we can't say that it has just happened. Perennially, there's been a lot of challenges private sector have had to face. Because remember, at the end of the day, private sector are the same people also going to the same banks that the farmer is also intending to go to. So we need to come up with a win-win solution that allows private sector to be able to say, today I can tell you, and I don't know if you have the Olams or the players here, I can tell you for a fact that they're not investing in Ghana. They're right now investing in Ivory Coast. There's big investments that have happened there. There's big investments that are happening in Cameroon. Why are they not doing it here? There has to be that question. It's because we're seeing the faith, the belief in we really can be able to wake up. I mean, Morrison, we had 2 agriculture companies. I don't want to mention them on this platform. Was it the start of this year said we're shutting down? Government never came up to even say anything about it, or, okay, we are going to look into it, or nothing. Ignored it completely. So where do you think private sector is going to come in with that confidence that, wait a second, if tomorrow we're going to be shut down, government is going to come in and rescue us?
Thank you very much, Fatima. Yeah, let it go. Let's have it. Let's have it. Thank you. Yeah, Keke, you were nodding to that. I think you want to have a take on it, right?
Hello? Good. Short of revealing my age, which I don't want to. Look, and I totally agree with her, all right? I used to sit on the board of one of the largest agribusiness in Kenya. I'm sure she knows the company I'm talking about. Turnover $500 million a year now, okay? Now, let me give you 3 stories to illustrate my point quickly. In the 80s, when pineapple sticks came on the scene, all right, we had professionals going to farming. Now, why did it happen? It happened because at that time, the authorities then, Ministry of Trade, Export Promotion, there was a gentleman, the Minister Kofi Jane, Kwesi Ahoy and co., created an environment to make it possible. That's how come people like Mr. Safo and co. came up. Now, what did they do? It's about land, it's about support, even communication. Getting communication from currently, we call the Ghana Frequency Board. All those things were facilitated at the port for them to export pineapples through the air. It happened in this country, all right? And if you look at the the first 10 top exporters, none of them were agriculturalists. They were businessmen, pharmacists, lawyers, bankers, so forth. So it's happened before. Okay, that's the first thing. So what it tells you is that there's a role that government has to play. All right. I know of a first-class company that used to be in this country, the company I mentioned, who've left this country. Yeah. Now, there hasn't been any discussion so far, so why are you leaving? But then the other side is that, also, I'm happy to say that the largest global organic banana farm is in this country. Okay? And when you speak to them, those issues, and right now there's one issue we are trying to confront, which is the Chennai issue. So that's why I was saying earlier on that there's a need for public sector to play the role it's supposed to play. Look, in 2015, they banned Ghana from exporting vegetables. I happened to chair that committee. In 2017, we reversed it. Now, chilies was almost about 7% of our exports of vegetables from this country. I just came back from Kenya last week. The public, private, have come up with a way to meet EU compliance, and now they started exporting. But guess what? Your freight charges from Kotoka is far cheaper from JKI, all right? The time it takes you to produce your chilies is shorter in Ghana than in Kenya, which means your operational costs are higher. But what's happening here? Since 2017, we have not filled that void. And most of these chilies were produced by smallholder farmers that will give them income. So we want to raise the issue of the role. You see, public sector has to support private sector. It's not the other way around. It cannot be that the tail is wagging the dog. The tail has to support the dog. But fortunately, it's not happening. And as long as it's not happening, either you go into by faith and then get some of all the issues, or when you get tired, you pull out.
Okay, I'll be getting back to you. Kofi, I know you have prepared a dossier, but I'm being signaled that we don't have much time. But please, give us some time, okay? I have a long question for you. What measures should we be taking to build a very strong national food system? I'm asking you this because of where you are, your background, okay? You are a farmer, an M&E person, you've been part of implementing and evaluated projects and their success. And what do we really need? KK has spoken about a lot of them, Kwame has said it, Fred has said it, but I want you to look at it in the various programs and projects governments have implemented. We know the irrigation penetration rate in the country is very low. We're talking about climate change. We know that we need to increase mechanization. We know we need to increase infrastructure. We need to look at early warning systems and several. And the threats, what do we need to make it right? Can you box it up for me?
This question sounds like a PhD research objective. Yes, I think I want to comment a little bit on what the earlier panelists have said regarding the food security issue. You know, as a country, we rely too much, let me use that word, on smallholder farmers. And we have been channeling all our resources into smallholder production, which I see to be very unsustainable. Now, this year alone, because of the little changes in the system, in terms of the increase in the cost of production, most smallholder farmers who cultivate the key staples, that is rice and maize, shifted to soya bean, which is not a staple commodity. So the approach, how we are financing some of these things, how we are approaching it is something that we have to have a second look at it. Because if you don't take care, by December, January, February, March, we wouldn't have enough maize stock as we usually have in those times. Because about 60% of farmers that I have personally visited, commercial farmers inclusive, told me that because of fertilizer, they are now doing maize. Now let's come to sustainable farming.
They are now doing soya.
They are doing soya rather, yes. You see, And this has to do with, sustainability. Because if there's not an intervention, the smallholder farmer can't do anything. Either they don't farm or they shift to other commodities. So from my perspective, I think that we have to sit down. I agree with what they have said. Look at how we can restructure our production financing. ADB said they have been doing a lot. And I know that commercial banks are here. When it comes to food production loans, in fact, I have interviewed quite a number of them recently on why they are not giving money to smallholder farmers. And they are still insisting to me that it is not lucrative, very risky. And if this is the way we are going to go, it means that our food security situation is going to be very serious. And also, other value chain drivers like private organizations that used to support our grower schemes are not even shying away more because of attitude. You see, the farmer should now move from that agriculture to agribusiness. And that will provide us with some good outcomes in terms of our food production. So number one, let's rethink of our smallholder financing and also change in attitude. My last point I want to give is that we need to invest a lot in data mining. A lot in data mining. In fact, as a country, I can confidently say that we do not have adequate data on even onion importers. We can't confidently say that we import this amount of onion from Niger. We can't confidently say that. Most of these things are based on how many quantity, and that cannot be validated. Just last week, I was on the field with some onion importer, and they told me that because of the CFA, they are not able to go and import, and it may have some implications in the next coming months. And I asked them, what quantity do you import? They can't usually tell. In fact, they can't be confident with the volumes they take to their market. So invest in data mining infrastructure. Look at how best we can finance smallholder farmers, and also look at how best we can also shift that mentality from agriculture to agribusiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. I think the issues are coming up, the challenges, and in the challenges lies a lot of opportunities. Fred, Ghana is the largest consumer of tomatoes in Africa. When it comes to fresh tomatoes, we consume well over 227,000 metric tons. And when you take the paste derivatives of the tomato paste, the purees, and whatever, Ghana is among the top 10 globally. It leaves a lot of investment potentials. Fred, I'm coming to you with this as a farmer. I chaired the Ghana Agriculture Sector Skills Council of TVET Commission. And I'm worried that with the introduction of the AFTA, already over 70% of the high-skilled people in the agriculture sector are imported. As a farmer, do we have the skills critically required? KK have said our yields are very low. We need the planting distance to be more. We need to populate. We need to take care of a lot of entomological situations. We need to have a way of mitigating diseases and all that. Are we capable? Is today's Ghana's farmer capable of giving us the kind of yields and what we need on our farm?
Yeah, thank you once again, Morrison. I'll say three things, a lot, but I think I'll just mention three things and then I'll wrap it up from there. So the first thing, I think, is that we need to have or prepare for the next generation of farmers. In other words, most of us work with smallholder farmers, and these guys are based in the rural areas, okay? And if you look at the he used a term that I love so much, agriculture, with emphasis on culture, meaning that people have built certain behavioral traits over the years. They are used to certain cultural way of farming, which is actually not sustainable, Morrison. Okay, so we need to look at the next generational farmer. In this case, how do we get the next crop of farmers who are well educated, so to speak? I mean, look at our tertiary institutions and our vocational institutions. If we take only the tertiary institution, for instance, the universities, UC, CK, NUST, UG, and the likes, all right? Year in, year out, they graduate students in agriculture. What is the percentage of students in agriculture who actually go into the agricultural systems or production itself? You get it. It's very low. We did quite a short survey talking to some of the agricultural training colleges within where we operate. And we realized that of the people we surveyed, it's just about 10% or maximum 15% of them who express interest to actually go into agriculture after school. Because already they do not see it attractive. And most of the food we eat in this country are produced by the smallholder farmers. About 80% of the food we consume are produced by these smallholder farmers. Are their production systems more sustainable? Emphatic no. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seated here right now. So we need to look at the next generational farmer with emphasis on young people, so to speak. And I was happy to hear, I think yesterday, Mastercard Foundation have expressed interest in getting 3 million, youth into the agricultural sector. And I think it's something that is worth commending, you understand. So the next generational farmer, we must focus on students in agriculture, or, yes, have that clarion call for young people to actually get into that sector. That's the first thing. The second thing I would like to talk about is policy. I think as a nation, we lack that political will, so to speak, if I must be very honest. Look, we have had time without number that, okay, we are going to cut down importation of, say, rice or some of the major staples by some 60% by 2023. Growing up as a young child, I had Vision 2020. We are in 2022, right? What has happened to Vision 2020? Go and look at objectives that were set out in Vision 2020 till date. We lack that willpower. And I'll use Nigeria as an example. Fatima spoke about Kenya and all that. They decided that, look, as a country, we have the resources to produce rice. So they decided, it was a decision. So we need to be very ruthless, or for want of a better word, disciplined with the policies we set out as a nation, as a country, when it comes to food. If we say we want to cut down importation of some major staples because we believe we have the resources, the capacity, and the financial requirement to do it as a country, let us stick to it.
Fred, can you just, while you are ending with the third point, give me your final briefing, then I'll sweep it through.
Sure. So let us stick to it. And then maybe perhaps finally, I think that, Kwame mentioned about access to finance and ADB and all that. Personally, I've come to the point where I've resolved that accessing finance from a banking institution will be my last resort. Look, it is not attractive to most SMEs, Kwame. I bank with ADB. My company name is Fuma Global. Maybe check your database. Most of our financials and our inflows and outflows are from there. But have I benefited from it? Maybe I don't need it. But you see, there seems to also be that challenge where most of the commercial banks, the criteria they set are strictly favors trade.
Your final word, Fred.
Yeah, so let us be disciplined, let us be committed with the policies we set out as a nation, as a country, when it comes to food systems, and let us stick to it.
Thank you very much. So in other words, government have to be looking at market-oriented policies and not production policies that are not informed by demand and other externalities. Kofi, your final words, please.
Two things. Let's move from smallholder finance a little bit and expand production and also invest more in data. Food data is critical. Market data, production data, details of farmers who are receiving inputs and services, grants, whatever. We need detailed data of them. Their farm locations, their household size, whatever data we need so that we'll be able to get a detailed information to be able to provide them whatever services that they need.
Thank you. Fatima.
I think for me, the one key message is either go local or go extinct. That's the first. Second, we all know about NATO, NATO in the United Nations. For me, it represents no action, talk only. It's the first time that we now need to start focusing on action, because we cannot continue to be a continent that has the resources, that has the sun, the labor and everything, and continue to cry about poverty and not being able to feed our own people. It's shameless.
KK, what one policy action would you take if you were the Minister for Agri in this current situation?
Hey, you want trouble for me? No, I mean, look, let's focus. Take one value chain. Let's focus on it. Yeah. Address all the issues, not be superficial.
No, just give me one. One thing that the minister should do, and we begin to be on the trend of solving agriculture in Ghana.
Focus. I mean, look, the point is that I will say if it's rice, okay? If it's rice, we have currently 500,000 metric ton of installed capacity. A few issues with drying, so okay. So the private sector has invested in that. The challenge is production related, all right? And why is it? Because most lands are not suitable for production or water and so forth. If it's water region, let's say water region, I want water region to produce 300,000 metric tons of rice. Have contiguous production that allows it to lend itself to mechanization. Don't forget, when you shred your paddy, you lose 30%. So just focus on that.
Your final word.
So focus on rice. Do it well.
Focus on rice, Minister for Agriculture.
Hey, I beg
you. So my final... Kwame, wait a minute. The minister says that they are introducing an ally to Parliament to force banks to give or to make available 20% of whatever for agriculture purposes. Is it workable? Do you welcome it? Should we start jubilating as industry players? Your final word on that.
Well, banks are commercial entities. They're business people, and they look at where they believe they would add value to the shareholders, and then they go there. It is difficult to legislate, and in my view, not so helpful to box them into rigidly just hiving off 20%. Let the agribusinesses prove to be profitable and prove to be at the stage where they require debt financing. Again, I repeat, financing of agriculture is in two ways, by equity and by debt. It is not everybody that requires debt financing to grow. And debt financing is what the banks provide. So know at what stage you are, what would best suit and help your business. And if it's debt, approach the banks. We have money for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Manager in charge of agribusiness, ADB, and all my colleagues. The discussion actually did not end well because we have been put under pressure. There is a lot when you assembled a panel like this, allow us to have enough interrogation of the issues. But be as it may, we have challenges in our food systems, the resilience. We need to start a new rethinking to conceptualize different models, different innovative concepts that can transform Ghana's agriculture sector. We are talking about bringing new generational farmers, new professional farmers, new innovative ways for agriculture lending and investment. We are talking about government making commitment and commitment that would drive private sector participation. And we are also talking about the fact that skills penetration rate in the agriculture sector is very low. And that is why I agree with MasterCard that they are working hard to put 3 million Ghanaians into the agriculture sector so we can be food secured. And applause to MasterCard Foundation. And we say a very big thank you to everyone, my panelists, and all those of you who have contributed towards this. And thank you very much, Ghana Economic Forum and BFT and their partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh, we can definitely do better. We can do better. Okay, so we'll take a group photograph, and from there we'll continue. Morrison, thank you very much for doing a great job. I was hoping that you would thank me also, but of course you ended up blaming me for the time. I mean, one of the things about this program is that you are in giving the period within which you're going to have the session. And because we started 15 minutes late, I added the 15 minutes to it. I'm a very fair person. Please. Next time, don't blame me. Anyway, and as we talk about agriculture, I mean, I've been noting a lot of points down. The fact that I like the bit about go local or go extinct, and the fact that we should be moving away from smallholder farmers and be expanding, we should be expanding production, and the fact that we also need to, know the data. One of the things we don't do so well when it comes to this country is data. We have to be disciplined, and we have to, ensure that even our financial sector, the banks are able to provide us with a lot of funds. We've heard people complaining about how the banks are not doing that. We've talked about policy. And one of the things we do so well in this country is cite examples. We'll cite the Nigerian example. It has been done in Nigeria. It's been done in other countries. Why can't we cite ourselves as the example? I'm happy we're talking about it today. I hope we don't come back next year and repeat all the things that we've talked about. Thank you very, very much. And let me just say that the Business and Financial Times will do a special supplement on Farmers' Day on the theme, Accelerating Agriculture Development Through Value Chain Addition. And organizations interested in being part of this special publication should please call 0208 077802. That's 0208 077802 before the 25th of November 2022. The special supplement will include a feature publication in the BNFT and BFT online, impact success stories and videos on our social media platforms, and full corporate brand activation on all our digital platforms. At this point, we'll take a 10 minutes break for coffee, and then when we return, we'll have the final session on trade and industrialization, catalyst for economic growth and development. That would be our final session. So we'll go for a 10 minutes break. Please, let's be back after 10 minutes. Let me see. It's 1:46 now. So at 1:56, we should be back. Thank you very much.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do, and how you do it. It's your licence to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do. The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do, and how you do it. It's your licence to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.
Hey!
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do, and how you do it. It's your licence to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do. The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What do you think?
So we're moving on to the final session for the Ghana Economic Forum, themed Trade and Industrialization, Catalyst for Economic Growth and Development. And the moderator is Godfred Akoto-Boafo of City FM. He will join us and introduce his guest. The good thing is that being a journalist, Godfred understands the time, that he has 1.5 hours. So let's welcome Godfred with a round of applause. The last two moderators have questioned the time. I know Godfred would not do the same. Please have a seat and let's introduce our guest for this session.
Winston? Oh, everybody can hear me. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Like he said, my name is Godfred Akoto-Boafo. I work with City FM. Everybody has a copy of today's BFT in front of him and or her. And it's instructive that the headline says what? Yes, no better time. And at the heart of that is trade and industrialization. It's a conversation that the country has been having, particularly in the throes of an economic crisis. And so this afternoon during this third plenary session, we'll try and understand what Ghana has tried to do with trade and industrialization for the past 5 or 6 decades, and the way forward, try and break down some of the current projects that are currently in play, some of the things that the government is doing with these policies, what business, both big and small, is trying to do, and how we can empower businesses to be able to contribute to building that robust and resilient economy that was discussed here yesterday during day 1 of the Ghana Economic Forum. So to help me have that conversation this afternoon, first of all, let me introduce my panelists for this particular session. First of all, I'll call upon Mami Awina Dokanyerige, international trade expert. Round of applause, round of applause. Let's make her feel welcome. Thank you very much. Yes, you can sit anywhere. Welcome. A good friend of mine is also on the panel, somebody I normally butt heads with. Anthony Morrison, CEO of Agribusiness Chamber. Thank you very much. Join us up. Yeah. He's been doing an outstanding job discussing agribusiness, keeping it on the front pages. Anthony Morrison. Next, we have Mr. Andy Akoto. Oh, he has my name. We're going to have a very good time. Partner and Head of Advisory, KPMG Ghana. Also joining us on the panel this afternoon, Linus Kumi, Head of Corporate Banking, GCB. Thank you, Linus. And another familiar face, Mr. Kwame Jantua. He's the CEO Energy Consortium. Mr. Jantua, join us up. Okay, so let's get this show on the road. And once again, we are very grateful for spending this afternoon with us, panelists. And I guess I'll start the conversation, general thoughts on what Ghana has tried to do with industry. When you try and glean through the country's history, one discerns three phases of industrialization that the country has tried to undertake up to now. So we can look at the inward overprotected import substitution industrialization that we tried from Nkrumah's time to the 80s, then the outward liberalized strategy, and then what now looks like a private sector-led accelerated development, basically, based on value addition, which is the phase that we seem to be at. So I guess I'll start with Mami. Let me start with you. You deal with trade, so let's start from there. Just your general thoughts on what Ghana has tried to do with its attempts to industrialize properly and also be a major player on the world market.
Okay, so it's on, right?
Yes,
I think that, so obviously we are looking at decades of trying to move towards being more economic independent. But I think one of the major steps that we have taken as a nation is to become party to the AFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, because industrialization does not exist in a vacuum. So when you are trying to produce value-added goods, you need a market to sell on. And right now, I think that this is, as you said earlier, this is the best time for us to actually see the things that we have been discussing on paper, because we have good policies, but then to see them come into fruition. And the thing is, how do we practicalize good policies, right, while being realistic? And so I think that with the whole idea of the One District, One Factory initiative, I will touch on it. I think that it's a good initiative. I have my own ideas of how it could be adjusted to be more practical.
Okay.
But I think that with the African Continental Free Trade Area, I think that this is the best time for us to really take a good step to industrialize as a state. And so I'll leave it there for now.
All right, Mami. Mr. Akoto, your thoughts?
Thanks very much, Godfred.
Mr. Akoto, don't worry. Your turn will come.
Oh, let me have it, because this mic does not seem to be. Okay. Thank you, Godfred. And I'll rather probably comment on what we have to do better.
Okay.
In that sense, because we all know the good building blocks for a good industrial base, a very good infrastructure, skilled workforce, a favorable interest rate regime, and a steady exchange rate and currency and all that. But the question is, if we look around us right now, how are we faring on these key imperatives? Recently, the government, for example, has decided to attract car manufacturing concerns, as an example, into the economy. Everywhere around the world where these car manufacturing and assembly entities have thrived, they've thrived on the back of credit, to the consumer market. I mean, how many consumers will take cash and then go and just buy a car? They will have to work with credit in the banks. But here we are, our economic structures are still fragile and not giving us a favorable credit or interest rate regime. So how do we, what should be going through the mind of these car manufacturing and assembly entities now? Can you imagine? You understand? So for me, it's about consistency in thoughts and execution as well. It's not enough just to put a statement on paper, but also to make sure that the required linkages, with all other sectors, that would ensure that those policies evolve and thrive are also in place. So those would be what I'll say for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. Let's see, Anthony, sorry, let's hear you now, Anthony Morrison. The microphone does work, don't worry. It does work, so you can use yours.
All right, Godfrey, thank you very much. Well, I think that if you take global change and all over the world, trade, industrialization were informed by advancement in agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
And even you take Egypt, Egypt started trade with the seaport, Alexandria. Now, let's take US, where we know very well. US started with agriculture, then they moved to industrialization, services, and we saw the banks, the research institutions, all developing along the line. So they were able to develop a very strong consumer-driven industry that was strongly supported by production. In Ghana, right up to somewhere 1975, probably on the borders of 1980, Ghana had a very good industrialization and a very good manufacturing base. Even though we had, at the time, also imported some other foreign commodities. But then, we could boast of the glass manufacturing industry, the tomatoes manufacturing industry, and several. And we could count about 15 Ghanaian-owned indigenous manufacturing industries. Right after that, we started changing the narrative. So a lot of Ghanaians were traveling out of the country, probably as a result of economic circumstances. We also saw some sharp decline in production and sharp increase in foreign consumer taste. And where we are now is as a result of the priorities that were set when we lost the production base. And this is where we need to start to reorient ourselves as to what do we need for industrialization to be strong? What do we need going forward? Do we want to make our economy a consumer-driven economy, or we want to make our economy a production to consumer-driven system? These are the narrative I want us to be looking at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Let me hear Linus.
Thanks, Godfrey. You know, at this stage, you will get various views on what drivers of industries will look like, markets, labor, etc. But I think one of the major focus that we are losing sight of in today's drive or agenda is that we have developed taste for foreign products.
Okay.
And that taste is what is driving our desire for importation. That taste is what is killing. I was just discussing a few days ago on all these demographic increments. Look, 2020 or 2050, Africa will be 2 billion. Good market, but good market for who? Good market for Ghana, good market for Africa, or good market for Europe?
Interesting question.
And that is where the focus needs to be. My children today, if I cook Ghana rice, they'll say yak. Because the taste. If you go to Nigeria and you cook local rice, they like it better than the foreign imported rice because the tastes have been developed. I would want us to look at industrialization from that perspective, that mind change set, even from financing to consumption. Then we can look at, my good friend here says domestication, pure. And industrialization is more of manufacturing, where we move away from raw material dependent to input reliant. And that is what will drive and change Ghana's focus or Africa's focus for industrialization.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Linus. And Mr. Janswa, your thoughts, and then we will start unraveling the concept of one district, one factory as a case study of our bid to industrialize. It does work, don't worry.
Hello. You know, out of most people here and most people sitting on the podium, somebody like me I've transcended the entire spectrum of our business and political life in this country. I saw First Republic, Second Republic, Third Republic, and Fourth Republic. I hear my fellow panelists talk about we have tastes. Our tastes have changed. I'm sorry, it's not a question of taste. It's a question of leadership. Leadership that can change the mindset and tastes of the people. Unfortunately, after probably 71, the coups didn't help us. And we started breaking down those basic industries we had. In fact, I forgot. When I was coming, I was going to bring an Akasanoma radio. I have an Akasanoma radio, and I was going to bring it. And looking at that Akasanoma radio, and looking at the radios that we're importing today, that Akasanoma radio was far better. And for me, it's not a question of taste. It's a question of leadership. It's a question of direction. It's a question of making sure that whatever we are doing it to build a nation. Unfortunately for us, corruption took heed, and corruption became bigger than anything we wanted to do. So it becomes very difficult to commit as a government to build industrialization. And for me, that is the greatest challenge we have. If we are not able to break it, if we are not able to come together and identify those commodities that will build this nation, unfortunately, we'll be chasing our tails. I'm sorry to be negative, but I've seen it all. And really, we can change this country, but we need to change this country in a way that everybody is on board. If we don't do that, then forget any industrialization we are thinking of. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, just before I finish, I sat here and my brother came to ask me, Kwame, but where are all the decision makers? So we are coming to sit here and we are coming to talk all this talk. Those who make the decisions, should they not be here? Are they here? No, they are not here. So whatever good things we say here, how is it going to get to them and how is it going to change things for us? It's a challenge that we need to look at, and it's a challenge that we need to commit those who make decisions to handle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwame Jantwa. So let me start again with Mami on this bid to industrialize and using the 1D, 1F concept and the conversations and opinions that we've heard so far. We basically at the moment have what looks like a private sector-led bid. Mr. Jantwa talks about a time when the state did lead it. We've had that period as well. Looking at what this is now, is it better that it's private sector led at this time in our development, or it's better if the state pushed it?
Okay, great. So one thing I would say is that sometimes there's this whole idea that there's a dichotomy when it comes to private sector and the government. That means that there's private sector and government. But I think that one of the biggest things is, yes, having private sector, the government is not supposed to give jobs, pretty much. They're supposed to help push private sector. So let's say, for example, the whole mobile money movement, right? It's a private sector-led initiative. However, government helps to create the right environment, right, to help propel such an initiative to happen. And so one of the big things about the 1D, 1F is that it is good as private sector, but if you look at the element to which they are looking at foreign investment, that's one of the biggest parts of it. And if you look at the Ghana agreement with the EU and also our agreement with the UK, we are asking that they also come and set up factories here to help us take advantage of the AFTA. So obviously now when it comes to capital, right, we don't have money, but you need a factory. But one of the biggest things I think is that 1D, 1F, this is just my take, it's a good initiative, but I think it's good for the long term. Okay. In the short term, every district doesn't need a factory. And I think that we can look at it from a regional standpoint. So looking at every region and what is unique or to that place when it comes to crops, or when you're looking at water supply or the lifestyle of the people. So let's say, for example, we look at the central region. What are the main commodities there? And I gave this example on TV3 on Saturday. Let's say you're taking palm oil. So every district in Cape Coast doesn't need a factory. But you can say that how do we set up one huge factory in the central region that actually now is able to take in and I spoke about the cooperative model, and I think it's very big because Brazil does this. And each region is even, has some level of affiliation with the university because you need research. Everywhere you have a factory, you need to have a research institute because you need to look at all the new technologies that are coming. And so the 1D1F is a good initiative for the long term. But now we don't have funding. So I think that one of the biggest things we should look at is the regional element of how we can push for regional cooperation and even allow ownership where even within the regions, farmers can have ownership in the cooperative. So when you talk about private sector, it shouldn't be only like people who have heavy capital. But if everybody has some amount of money, how do you get them to be able to tie into the thing? Because they can all have shares in the cooperative. And also beyond the 1D1F, how do we partner across the ECOWAS region? Where maybe I spoke about this, about the tomato thing, which he mentioned earlier, that if Burkina is producing tomatoes for one, why don't we set up a factory in partnership with Burkina, right? We're part of ECOWAS. And say, hey, we'll have one factory, whether it's in the Upper West or Upper East, and we are supplying, or even shea butter. Why should Ghana and Burkina be competing with shea butter on the market? Why not have a huge factory and start producing more value-added goods and compete with Olay or L'Oreal? Like, we should be thinking
in that area.
Yes, and so I think that 1D1F should look more regionally and then look at cooperation across the ECOWAS region and beyond. So that's what I'll leave it.
Okay, interesting thoughts you've shared. And that would take me to Andy, whose initial comments dealt with regulation, financing, and the rest. Because observers also note that it does look like in setting up or building what is now 1D1F, we are following who wants to sponsor what where, rather than what is needed where, which is the point Mami is making. So for instance, if KPMG does not want to put money in Dansoman, where I live, for instance, but Dansoman actually needs maybe a salt factory of some sort, the government cannot say, KPMG, we are trying to do this there, come and help us there, because KPMG does not want to do it. So there seems to be a certain level of freedom that has been given to those who have the finance, rather than the government saying, this is what this country requires at this time, so put the money here and let's do that. What are your thoughts on that notion?
Yeah, I mean, I believe it goes back to your earlier question where it talks about linkages between, let's say, the public and the private sector. But I would even stretch it beyond that to talk about linkages amongst the private sector actors as well as the governmental actors in order to realize any industrial vision. We have to be very deliberate about how we put forth policies, but then move on to ensure that these are executed in tandem with the long-term strategic objectives of this country. We all know we have a comparative advantage in agric, definitely. And I'm glad my good friend Morrison is sitting here, because sitting in the agribusiness chamber, I'm sure he's come across several scenarios relating to some challenges embedded in the supply chain. You know, we, for example, conceived the Ghana Commodity Exchange, for example. Laudable idea. At the end of the day, if it was getting the needed support and leadership, what you are going to find is that the farmer who produces his or her goods at the farm gate can be assured of getting some minimum basic price, and therefore is encouraged to produce, okay, together with the support mechanics that are needed to keep that farmer in business or in production, all right? But at the end of the day, we have a situation where, for example, even at the intra-ministerial level, from where I sit, I don't see a lot of linkages, for example, between the transport and other infrastructure-driven ministries and, for example, the agric and then maybe even industry. All right? There has to be a deliberate, I don't know whether it's another layer, but I wouldn't want another layer of agency or body setup. But, you know, there has to be a way, maybe it's back to Kwame's leadership, where all these actors and stakeholders moving towards the same vision will work in tandem to break the unit cost of production down and make our products competitive, not only locally, but also for exports. That way we can then build a more robust and resilient economy. Because here we are, farmers crying about maize. Okay, what is going on here? We have a comparative advantage to produce maize, but where are those linkages to make sure that, you know, it works full circle and ensures that at the end of the day, the farmer gets what he needs out of it, the aggregators also get what they need, and of course, the marketers also become part of the action, so that together we can build a competitive economy. Thank you.
But I'll stay with you, because again, you spoke about regulatory framework. The frameworks that we have at the moment robust enough? Some have suggested, listening to, for instance, what Linus was saying, Nigeria developed that taste because they got protectionist when it came to rice. A few other countries do that. We do not seem interested in that concept. Is that a notion we should consider as part of the regulatory framework?
You know, just a few days ago, I was listening to a clip from the former Nigerian head of state, His Excellency Obasanjo, talking about they, for example, at some point in time, taking a deliberate decision to ban poultry imports and grow their poultry industry. And he suggested same for Ghana. And some of these, I don't want to mention names, some of these world bodies came in and said, if you went down that road, we are not going to cooperate with you. All right, so we need to be innovative around that. You cannot just put a fiat, because we are part of what is known as WTO, whether we like it or not. We are there. But are there innovative ways to also go about this same, you know, agenda to empower local industries or local agri businesses? Yes, there should be. We should be able to think our way out of it, you know, but probably just standing up in such a way as to call the bluff of international partners will be counterproductive. So I will call for some innovation and some local thinking as to how we can still find ways to perhaps boost our local entrepreneurs, be it farmers or aggregators, you know, so that we continue to, I mean, we can probably call the bluff and, like you're saying, put in a regulatory fiat or directive. But will that end as well in this current dispensation? I'm not sure.
Okay, let me come to Mame. You deal in trade. Is that a point that makes sense before I come to Anthony Morrison?
I mean, when it comes to protectionism, even though we are parties to the WTO, we have to be fair and realize that it does exist, even though the agreement says that there shouldn't be that. Because you see it play out with the US. I'm not trying to say that we should necessarily break the agreements that we've signed, right? We have to comply. But sometimes states do that, whereby you can take certain measures to protect some sensitive industries. That's why with the AFTA, one of the biggest struggles Nigeria had was the fact that they didn't want to open up so completely, because some other goods like rice can easily come, because Ghana, our measures are very laxed. So we have opened our markets like fully, right, to, let's say, to certain Asian countries. And so Nigeria is very big on protecting that industry. And as a state, you must protect your interests, because beyond even agreements, trade is politics. And that is why even China recently banned certain imports from Australia, just to be able to protect certain industries. So I really feel like, yes, to some extent, you can't circumvent that nature. But let's look at something. Ghana spends how much to import chicken from the Netherlands?
Quite a bit.
Yeah, a couple of hundreds of millions, right?
Yes.
And now if you want to help, you can't ban chicken from the Netherlands because then you're like, you're playing in dicey waters because now you signed the IEPA. However, you can actually begin to negotiate and say that if they want to keep bringing their chicken here, they should help set up factories, partner with a local, find a way to help boost the poultry factory business here in Ghana by partnering with our local farmers. I really feel like that's one of the best ways to circumvent it, but it's about negotiation. And that is why trade will always be about how you negotiate. And you can never negotiate if you're not willing to walk away. So you never walk to the negotiation table feeling like you are up there to beg for a handout. You have to also know that there's something about your market. We have access to the AFTA. So anybody who is coming in, all the people who are like America Sends Chicken here, right? Hey, we want to maintain and honor our agreement with you. However, to keep this agreement going, we're asking for this. I think it's all negotiation. And so I'll put it there that protectionism, yes, is a problem, but people actually do that. That's the only way you can actually survive in the international economy. So
Kwame, you are smiling. You agree? Mr. Jantua, yes.
You know, when Mami talked about poultry, we spent $94.7 million poultry from the Netherlands. 94.7. We spent poultry $136.6 million, the USA. Poultry alone. Poultry from other countries. I have the list here. But you see, and have you come to me?
Yes.
I think we got the 1D, 1F concept wrong. Where is the plan? What was the plan for 1D, 1F? What was the plan? Was it competitiveness, as the definition says, competitiveness and giving a stimulus package to businesses? That word stimulus package has politics written all over it. There's politics written all over it. Rather, what we should have done, we should have looked at those commodities where we have huge capital flight. Rice, cooking oil, jute sacks, poultry, quite a lot of them, and gone into that. Manganese, yes, you might not have the money to do it, but we would tell any company coming into this country to mine gold, to mine bauxite, to mine manganese, to mine any of our hard extractives, build a refinery in this country. If you are not prepared to build a refinery, we don't want your custom. It will not take 2-3 years to get industrialization going. It will take 20 years. But you've got to start from somewhere to build the base. We haven't built the base. And so when you look at the import of the commodities we are bringing in, most of it we can import here. We can grow, we can do it here. Number two, and this is controversial, because anytime I say it, people say you can't do that. The Ministry of Industry and Trade should be decoupled. We should have a Ministry of Industry on its own, looking at industry. And then a Ministry of Trade and Commerce differently. Because you see, trade is very easy to do than industry. Very easy to do. And the list of imports show us that trade is very easy to do. But if we have a Ministry of Industry and its basis is to make sure that we build industry in this country, and for me, the first thing this government came in where industry is concerned, they should have done was Commander Sugar Factory. First thing. Because why? We import quite a lot of sugar. And so we will create jobs, we will get Commander going, we would even think of building another one. Rice. Somebody's talking about Nigerian rice. Do you know who helped the Nigerians get their rice to the stage they got it to? It was a Ghanaian. He brought it to Ghana. He told the government that, look, we can do our rice this way. Politics started coming in. He went to Nigeria. And look at Nigeria today where rice is concerned. Because you see, we don't tend to bring our people along. There are industrialists sitting in this room. There are bankers sitting in this room. When government is taking decision, they don't invite them. How many of you, tell me, how many of you have had an invitation to come and sit with the Minister of Industry to discuss industry in this country? How many of you? And you go to certain countries, SMEs are the base of the country. Go to the UK. Corner shops, markets, they are the base of the UK's industrial setup. What about here? So you ask yourself, are we coming or are we going? And unfortunately, the youth who are following us have nothing to grapple on, have no direction, because we sitting here, we don't mentor the young ones. We who have the knowledge and the wisdom and the experience, we don't. Because we have a society where we think of ourselves first. We think, how can I make the world see that I have arrived? That won't help us. There has to be a positive agenda to get industrialization. And we need a 20-year plan to gradually build our industries. Without that, I don't think we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Linus. And in all this, it's about money. The big accusation that comes to you, the money, is you don't help enough in growing industry in this country. Getting money from you is really, really hard. Your response to that?
Wow. I like it when I'm put on the spot like that when it comes to the money bit. But just a quick one on the 1D, 1F. Look, we have participated in as a bank, as GCB Bank, and probably will be the largest sort of sponsor when it comes to the 1D, 1F. Plan on paper is excellent, it's brilliant. At the point we have to map resources to each factory that will be built within a district or a region, the ecosystem planning, etc. But unfortunately, the implementation was an issue, and obviously, like what Kwame was saying, a bit of here and there went into it, and then direction may have been, tainted a bit. When it comes to money, I am a commercial bank, and one of the biggest challenges we've had is patient capital, and it also boils down to policy. Today, if you take the pension funds that seem to have long-term sort of cash or investments, the policy that guides, it's about what, 30 billion assets under management. The policy that guides that investment is that 70% of that money must be used in government securities. I am a commercial bank. I get deposits and I create assets as a result of my liabilities. My deposits, deposits I hold is probably long-term, you get it maybe 6 months. I want to develop industry, the tenor there will be about what, 7 minimum, 10, 15. I can't put a 6 months money into a 15-year project. I'll be doing a mismatch, and then there will be challenges. But we are all clear of the vision that, look, today, for example, finished products on crude is what is taking funding out of Ghana. What do? We need to all put our hands together and fund a refinery, process our crude here, and then be able to generate the diesel and the petrol that we need for our industry. So I will risk putting my money into that sector. But we need to also have clear policies, clear regulatory forbearance to be able to support that. So for instance, let me give you a scenario. If I fund agric, primary agric, we all said in the last panel discussion, is a very risky area, okay? Because it's one rain-fed, it's not mechanized, etc., etc. There's no collateral, among other things. Yes. But assuming that I fund this and it goes bad, I would treat this as I would have treated funding to commerce or funding to services. But if, for example, instead of say I'll force banks to put 20% into agric or 10% into industry. I would say, look, if you're able to do 10% of your asset base in manufacturing, then you get a tax break, or you get a different sort of criteria in doing your required reserves. Then there will be a deliberate action or activity that will lead towards me going into a particular sector. Because I'm a commercial bank, and I have shareholders who are looking at the bottom line. If I put the resources I have into one where that the returns does not come, I'll get into trouble.
Let me put you in a bit of a tight spot
Okay,
before I come
do.
to Andy, and then, because you did mention, you alluded to being asked to, okay, put 10% of this in agric. Last week, the BFT reported that the agric minister is trying to legislate that banks put 20% into agric. Your thoughts on that?
So it's in banking, that legislation may not necessarily drive that impact. You can legislate that I invest 20%, but I'll tell you, you've not met the criteria for that lending. What we need, unlike championing stimulus, etc., is to have relaxed certain flows of liabilities that can be used to fund that place. So instead of driving perhaps or forcing through legislation banks to invest in particular sectors, we will say, for example, look, pension funds can go into A, B, C, D. Then we relax that environment. Instead of crowding out private sector, let's allow the private sector to have that access to the funding pot to use that. I'll tell you, if Parliament comes out today and say all banks must invest 20% of their asset book in agriculture, it won't work. It will be one of the laws that will be on our books. That may not work.
You know, Farmer Morrison is laughing. Andy, you raised your hand.
Yes, I also wanted to chip in that money will naturally flow more into the economy if we can keep our digitalization agenda on track. Because in the former panel, they were talking about data. Okay, and data is so important in this current dispensation. All right. Now, what I see is a Ministry of Communication digitalization trying to use cell phones to kind of drive adoption of the national ID. Fine, but I am saying that maybe the bigger picture should be to ensure that we actually take it beyond and actually have a very good database of all participants in this economy, both old and young, as well as yet to be born. Because I haven't seen one country that has been able to industrialize and build a credible database, even to support the financial services, that hasn't got a national ID. All right? And as we sit here, there is a problem there. We need to solve it. I've listened to my good friend Kenatefa severally, and perhaps there is something that is not coming out, but we need to solve whatever it is. Get that digitalization drive going. That basic database of having been able to identify every single economic participant is key, and we must support that one. Thank you.
Anthony, you've spoken about, and everybody else here has spoken about, agric being at the base of our bid to industrialize, and its attendant industries, of course. So from just the raw products to agribusiness. So far, with what has happened with the 1D1, if I could run through the list, we've seen quite a few. But your general thoughts, are they making a dent?
All right. Thank you very much. I think that I'd like to start with something that Japan did after the Second World War.
What did they do?
So they went back 40 years to see how the world, global trade and industrialization were before the First and Second World War. And they developed a 40-year strategy. So after the Second World War, Japan became a global commercial hub for several things, from medicine to automobile to how do you call it, telecommunication. And I mean, Japan has maintained that for several years. Now, here in Ghana, how many of you knows about Ghana's global trade strategy or national industrialization strategy? Here we talk, in fact, to tell you the truth, our policymakers and politicians talk too much. At the least opportunity with the machine gun holders, the journalists, they are quick to tell them what they are doing without any proper strategy in place. And you know, last year, the Agric minister said, oh, we are about to ban rice importation. Then India came and said, no, you can't. I think it was on your station, I had a banter with the High Commissioner. Then after a week, Exim Bank was giving Ghana's Agriculture Ministry an Exim facility to import agriculture machineries. The only way we can industrialize this country, the only way we can move, is when our policymakers and politicians learn to keep quiet, shut it, do the work. When you are ready, come and announce that you are ready. It is not when it is on paper, without backing of data, without proper backing of the right skills, without proper backing of the right engineering and infrastructure, then you are announcing you are coming to do it.
You don't see the infrastructure, you don't see
nothing.
The
I'll give you an example of the 1D1F. When the 1D1F was being done, I mean, they were talking about it, how to go about it. We said, hold on. AGI, Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, said, look, hold on. You want to set up an orange factory or processing factory. First of all, have you identified the variety that we need? For instance, in Ghana here, and one of the politicians said he set up and he failed. Yes, because Ghana needs about 12 to 15 oranges to make a liter of orange juice. Egypt, that is the world's leader of oranges, uses 6 to 8 to make 1 liter. Tell me who is having a better competitive or comparative advantage. We compare Thailand's cassava industry and a country that does not actually consume cassava like Ghana does. They make $1.3 billion plus annually on cassava derivatives because they use 1 ton of raw material of cassava to get almost close to 7.8 in terms of kilos. Here in Ghana, we use 4.6 metric tons of raw cassava to get 1 ton. So when we sit here and you are asking for data to inform why you should set up a factory, we are not saying that what you want to do is not important, but it must be backed by empirical evidence of variety, of nature, of taste, and what the consumer or the market is looking for. And you see, when we do all this, you ask ourselves, when we were setting up the sugar factory, where did the skills come from? India. Ask ourselves, KNUST, University of Ghana, I sit on the board of University of Ghana School of Management Board, and we talk about what kind of skills are they giving the students of today that we in the industry do not appreciate. All the factories you go to, the people who set it up are not our indigenes. These are all skills that are imported into this country. How do you sustain industrialization when you do not know how to set up the factory yourself? And you send, I remember when we were talking about oil and gas, majority of our specialists went to Scotland. Ghana government spends a lot of the taxpayers' money to educate a lot of people in Scotland. As it stands, go back into the industry and see how many Ghanaians of high skill compared to the imported skill are still there. So we need to do a lot to develop the skilled manpower for industrialization to take off. Go to the telecommunication industries and ask how many of the skills are imported from areas of management, consultancy, technical experts into this country. And these people take more than 40% of the revenue or whatever of the company out. How do you sustain the requisite financial resources to boost setup of these factories. And I tend to say that, look, when we in Ghana, we are quick to legislate everything. For instance, if you look at Cocoa Board, the LI, even cocoa pod to use to develop fertilizer, or the abinchi, which is the rotten cocoa, you need to go for the license from Cocoa Board. Do you know how much Ghana imports in terms of cosmetics from Ivory Coast with the Queen Elizabeth cocoa butter? $200 million worth of cocoa butter is imported. Meanwhile, Ghana is the largest exporter of unrefined shea butter in the world. 60,000 metric tons. Our factory for shea butter processing is still hanging in the north. You understand? And for me, it's like the paradigm shift, leadership, as my senior brother have said, everything is skewing to the wrong direction. I exist in the agriculture sector. I'm better off getting a skilled farm laborer from Ivory Coast, Togo, or Burkina Faso because they understand the rudiments. In fact, it saddens me because I chair that sector. I chair the sector that we develop all the training manuals, the curriculums from National Proficiency 1 and 2, National Certificate 1 and 2, and the HND to develop competency-based training system. But until recently, when we started adopting the TVET system and the ATVET, while we are implementing the workplace experience learning, the dual TVET, and the dualization of skills and training, what were you doing over the past 30 years? The polytechnics that were supposed to train skilled people, we were quick to theorize them. So they have become book-reading institutions rather than practically oriented institutions where we train people. In fact, up to a point, VRA, most of the skilled people in VRA at the time, up to 1985, were all from the technical institutions. Until we transformed the technical institutions into polytechnics, and polytechnics into now semi-universities. Okay? So we have not been able to actualize our fundamentals. Our strategy as a country has been skewed. We've lost it, and it's time to go back to the basic and get the right leadership to lead us to industrialization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farmer Anthony Morrison. Let me come to Mr. Kwame Janto again on this. So listening to everybody, the key point for me is finding balance in doing whatever it is we want to do, because we cannot do it alone. From what we've heard, we need the money to go the right direction. We need to understand the regulatory framework in a certain direction. We need to protect ourselves, as Mami said, in a certain way. How do we place that balance or find that balance to be able to finally take off?
Very difficult question for me to answer in terms of finding the balance. We have a mindset problem, we have a political problem, and we have a country where we can't enforce the laws that we put in place. How do we create a situation where these things can play hand in hand? Look, we are not targeting some of the things we're doing. I don't understand how I'm driving from Kumasi to Accra. I look left, I look right, it's bush with grass cutters. I don't understand it. Because really, R&D, research and development, CSIR should be right on top there. Bringing out some of the things that we can do to industrialize. But it doesn't look as if when our politicians come and ask us for our vote, we even look at their manifestos to find out whether what they are putting in there is what we're looking for. Because as my friend said, HR is one of the major natural resources you have. I'll give you an example. Singapore, what natural resource do they have? Nil. But are they not a developed country? Because they've invested in their people. And today, Singapore is doing a lot of computer chips and all those types of things. Who is innovating? Yes, Ghana is an agricultural country. Yogi berry. You know what yogi berry is? Who knows what yogi berry is? Maybe you don't know it's called yogi berry. You know that green berry we go to the market and we buy and put it in our soup, which we say is very healthy.
Turkey berry.
The turkey, I know the yogi one. Turkey berry. Turkey berry. Turkey berry is just so healthy. Are we marketing it? Another example, aloe vera. It grows everywhere in this country. Every base of pharmaceutical and cosmetic is aloe vera. What are we doing with it? Nothing. I'll give you another one that we throw away. Pineapple crowns. We cut the pineapple, we throw the crown away. Do you know the demand for pineapple crowns in China? Ask me what they use it for. They use it for sisal ropes that hold ships. So many things. So if we do not do R&D, how do we move our industrialization forward? How? Even, I would have, looking at the rice issue, if I were government, I will push brown rice. Change the taste buds. I will push brown rice, where we will force Ghanaians or we will convince Ghanaians to eat brown rice. Once you do that, does it not stop the imports at least half? Because it's grown locally. And brown rice is much more nutritious than the refined rice. So if we are not ready to put the basics in place, how do we build industrialization? How? It has to start from somewhere. And unfortunately, in our schools, the young ones who are coming, we don't try to get them to understand what this industrialization thing means. It's not in the curricula. And so by the time they get to a certain point that they are moving to university, all they are thinking of is, I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a doctor. I'm looking for money. But the money is in the soil. The demand for pepper in America alone, what do they use it for? Pepper spray. The police need it. Women need it. Do we not grow pepper here? Who is looking at it? So there are quite a rafter of things that we can do to put industrialization back. But we need the politicians sitting by the table who make the decisions. And the businesses today should be able to push the politicians. You think Britain, what happened in Britain recently just happened because of politics? The business community also pushed. Unfortunately, our business community is politicized. So, MPP does something, our NDC is not in that party, the business, they won't mind you, so you won't say anything. But we've got to get to a stage where we can all come together as a business community and push government. Yesterday, I'm at the AGI, went to the president, ask me, how many people asked him a question? How many? How many people said, Mr. President, really, what you're saying, we don't think it's right. Because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many? We got up, yes, Amasa, and turned around. And then came back to our offices and started complaining. How does that work? How does that work? Especially when we vote politicians into place to serve us. Look, we need, no matter how small your business is, no matter how big the banks are, and really, so far as I'm concerned, the banks, if the politicians aren't making it, yes, you're in to make profit, but try as much as possible to direct the agenda too. Because if you direct the agenda, and we are growing things that we can export, it comes back to you. You make money in there. Our chiefs, if the government is not doing it, chiefs, take it on and say, in my region, I can grow cocoa, I can grow maize, I can grow X, I can grow Y. Let's start it. Tomatoes, why should we be importing tomatoes? Why should we be importing onions? I don't understand it. Can we not do it ourselves? Look, most important thing for industrialization, and I'll end on this.
Yes.
Jobs, export, quality of production, cost of production, and off-taker. who is going to take our goods when we produce them? We need to be able to identify that. So our embassies abroad, they should be marketing hubs telling us what the market is looking for. That is what China did. When they closed shop, they did that. Look at where they are today. We cannot be the hub of Africa if we are not prepared to do what we have to do. And lastly, we've just discovered 10 million tons of lithium. Mankesim. What have we done? We've given it to a company to come and exploit. They've bought the entire stretch right up to Winneba. What are we talking about? Energy transition. What does lithium do? Batteries, solar panels. Are you saying that we cannot get the company to come and start doing it here and then start training our people where Ghana can become a hub for solar batteries? Can we not do that? So who caused them? Ourselves. One finger is pointing at government, 3 fingers are pointing back at us. The responsibility is ours to make sure that these things happen.
Thank you very much. And we are entering the final curve on this, so I'm going to ask 2 more questions to move around, and I'm starting with Mami again on this. And I'm looking at, perhaps you can help us with how to empower some of these SMEs who are around to expand productive employment and their technical capacity.
Okay. So the thing is that expanding productive employment, you're looking at, I think one of the biggest things I've mentioned is the fact that the competition idea that we have in our system is not very realistic because we have a very small market. I mean, a population of this, like over 30 million, and that's almost the number of people in Mumbai, right? Just alone. So if you're an SME, SMEs do contribute, close to over 6% to our GDP, when it comes to jobs. But a lot of them do not have the capacity to even pay their workers properly, to pay health insurance, on the tax that they have to pay. But one of the biggest things that I've been encouraging is that we begin to push for more collaboration among SMEs. And that means that the idea of so many people selling the same product on the market is not realistic. So how do we now facilitate more joint ownership, joint ventures? And I was thinking, as everybody was speaking, about the fact that, in fact, everything seems so far-fetched. But if you look at the India story about people who have actually changed economies, it wasn't even huge numbers of people. It was families. Families that started businesses. If you look at the Olam group, it was one family. Unilever was brothers. The Tata story, Tata has been able to give more jobs in India than Pepsi, Apple, Coca-Cola combined. And that's because it was the idea of one family coming up with one idea, getting support from government to push that. That's why SMEs, if you look at the story of Oreos, the Oreo biscuit that we see on the market, it was an association of American bakers that came together to set up a business. So I think SMEs, we need to really push for the whole idea of association, joint ventures. Look at the biscuit industry, even in Ghana, the Sprintex Road, majority of them are actually Indian companies. But in India, you see, and I was even thinking about the idea of even the engineering element. You go to a regular, I lived in India for a bit, so you go to a regular bakery, and you see people who do not have engineering backgrounds, who have made their own machine and producing biscuit on a large scale. But in Ghana, I think the problem we are struggling with hugely, and you talk about mindset, is that we think that industrialization is the machine, but it actually starts from the mind. The idea of even palm nut soup is an engineering thing that I cannot understand to date. Who told someone that this little thing can turn into something so unique? And that means that there's an engineering element in every human being that has nothing to do with actually what we are studying. So with SMEs, like I'm saying, we need to push for more, when it comes to even being able to employ more people, more collaboration. And secondly, realizing that even with innovation, it's not always the fact that we have to wait for someone to come and support us externally, or even wait for government. Sometimes innovation is within. And how do we partner and reduce the cost of, even the cost of production? To reach economies of scale, you need to be able to do it together. I don't know if I've answered the whole thing about the SME part.
Yes.
And yeah, with the market, it's like I said, even being able to partner across Ghana. with other people. Thank God we have that thing with the AFTA. So.
And just 30 seconds, if you can help me with this. On this conversation about markets and expansion, in looking to grow or industrialize, do we look at expanding the local market first before going international? We can do it at the same time. You're growing locally, you're growing internationally.
I think you can do it synonymously because you cannot, because one way won't work, right? At the end of the day, yes, you can do enough for the local market so that we can afford the food that's on our, afford to put food on our table, right? But I think internationally, that's why I keep saying that we need to begin to push, and that's why Ghana has become a hub for exporting ideologies. We were the first to get independence in sub-Saharan Africa. And now that AFTA office is here, why don't we now begin to have this conversation that the only way we can expand internationally is, Ghana cannot compete with China. You're looking at over 1 billion people. How do you go and sit on the table with Chinese and negotiate things when it comes to the market and have a fair deal? But if we go in our numbers, and that's why AFTA is here, and that is why we can do both of them at the same time, concurrently, where it's like we are pushing our local market, whereby locally SMEs are working together. We are not all fighting for one small market. And continentally and globally, we are pushing the whole idea of comparative advantage. Even West Africa alone, what can we produce for the larger African market? I told people, like, milk in East Africa is so cheap. People see beef in Ghana and they start shaking, but beef is nothing in East Africa. So maybe that will be their thing. What will be our thing in West Africa? And there are so many things. We have the share element. We have so many other things that we can partner on across. ECOWAS has to be more active. And that's what we talk about. There's so much talk, but I think the action really comes down to what do we do now to really start doing what we need to do to take things to the next level.
Thank you very much for those thoughts. Andy, same question to you on how to empower some of these industries to expand.
Okay, thank you, Godfrey. I wish I had all the answers.
Try and give us some.
Okay. The simple answer, one of the answers is that we have an agency established to empower these SMEs, the Ghana Enterprises Agency. Okay? But the question is, how are we working to support them? I know the MasterCard Foundation, for example, is working very closely with them. And sitting here, listening to my co-panelists, something that just popped up in my mind is that we can do all the talk. And like Kwame said, if at the end of the day, we don't have anybody owning some of the feedback and driving it, what is the use? What is the use? I'm sitting here and thinking, obviously, that word that for lack of vision, my people perish, is so true. We don't seem to have a vision. If we had a vision, we wouldn't be going one step forward, 2 steps back. We have a National Development Planning Commission which would have considered everything, some of the things we've discussed. But why are they not able to deliver? So for me, it appears to me that we need some sort of an entity that is focused on execution, ring-fenced from partisan politics, maybe like the office of the OSP, giving some statutory backing to be able to harness a lot of the fine ideas that we have and put them to execution, including empowerment of SMEs. And why am I saying that? Just before walking here, I was just telling my good friend Sam that Kenya, for example, set up the 2030 vision, 2030 or some one of those, some sort of a vision secretariat, and then they hired a very brilliant brain, insulated from politics, to make sure that they stuck to the core development pillars, transformational pillars, and drive them, coordinating across board, being able to ask the hard-nosed questions. Why is it that you as an agency empowered to do A, B, C, D? What are your issues? How do we support you? And harnessing the resources of the country to give effect to what should really be done. Otherwise, we can talk about most of the things we are talking about. In fact, some agencies have thought about it already. Kwame mentioned CSIR. Okay, it appears to me clearly that it's a no-brainer. Our best resource is in human resources. People are our most precious resources. And with all that we are doing, how consistently have we thought through what really to do with this very important resource? and insulate it from partisan politics. So it appears to me that, unfortunately, my answer to your question will not be so direct, but rather to have some sort of a vision implementation body insulated from partisan politics and everything else that will hold governments coming in and out to a certain roadmap, be it in people, be it in infrastructure, be it in skill base, be it in whatever, to make sure that we make the needed steps towards our development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linus?
I think where we are now, the world is moving extremely fast. So whilst we are here talking about this, others are actually developing or are putting these ideas into practice. I heard my sister talk about the trade. If you look at global trade today, we are doing about 3% of that. And even that, between African countries, we are doing less than 17%. Whilst North America is doing what? Europe, Western Europe is doing about 70% among themselves. So the market exists here. We need to take advantage of it. Perhaps we need to go back to the fundamentals of trade. And small countries like Finland and the rest are using ECA, that's export credit, to expand. SMEs produce, and then the government goes out to look for markets. Give soft loans to developing countries like us, and then we will provide the markets for these SMEs into Ghana or into Africa. Why can't we do the reverse? Tomato is what? $400 million a year, dollars. 400. Do you know how much that will impact the city position if we had a factory? In terms of tomato paste, I'm told that we are the second to Nigeria. 13% of the world import of tomatoes comes to Ghana. And Nigeria is beating us by 0.5. And that 0.5, look at their population size and look at ours. I mean, the gap, and like you rightly said, I mean, when we get opportunity, we will speak up and we will ask the relevant questions and then put this country forward. But Senior Kwame, I'm surprised you didn't ask the president questions whilst you were leading the team.
And final words to Farmer Anthony Morrison.
Yeah,
yes, I will. Okay. On how to promote agro-based competitive manufacturing sector. Just to wrap up, I'll give you 2 minutes. Winston is standing up already.
That's not enough, but let me start with the fact that we need investment. And investment means that if you look at Ghana's trade missions all over the world, Ghana only have an intelligence officer. I mean, who is coming to destabilize Ghana?
You never know.
What Ghana needs is a trade attaché. I'll tell you how it works. You sit here, you get a call from GEPA or Ministry of Trade or Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Oh, we have somebody at the Washington office who wants to invest in this. And they channel it through Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through to Ministry of Trade to MOFA. By the time it gets to MOFA, it's about 1 month, 2 months. By the time it goes back to the same channel, 3 months, 4 months, no serious investor will wait for 3 months just for data. The right thing we need to start doing, let us empower and get data, put people there. Even if we can't put people, let's digitalize. Let's get the right information available to the trade missions so they can share with investors, because we need investment first. Secondly, we need NDPC to start working directly with non-state actors and begin to build some kind of nationalistic policy that from the word go, my son, my daughter, your children, our children in the primary school knows Ghana's policy agenda, where we are going to. If you ask a young boy right now, what is American foreign policy? He will tell you, because it is in all the movies. They tell you, this is American foreign policy. This is what America is all about. What is Ghana's foreign policy? What is our trade policy? Those are the things we need to start working on. Education. We need to educate the youngsters now. What Ghana is, what we stand for, what we want to work for. $2.9 billion in global share trade. If Ghana is just getting 500 million, because we export more than the rest of the world. Okay? But we do not even get 200 million. So, but I don't want to be too biased for agriculture. Let's also look at some of the things that we can skill our people to do.
In a minute.
Light bulbs, simple fans, simple radios, air conditioning. According to statistics, we have 8.3 million households. Each house or each room will require 1 light in front, 2 in there, 1 outside, 4. Okay? If we are setting up light industries, fans, and we are manufacturing all these things, Ghana wouldn't be in this situation in which we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Kwame Janto has asked for 30 seconds, so I'll give it to him.
You see, what my brother is saying, we've done it before. We've done all those before. Once upon a time, we were doing our own life. Everything we're doing in this country. Why can't we go back and look at how we did it and apply it to today? Look, we're talking about NDPC. I was on the NDPC. I was part of the team that drafted the oil and gas sector, the long-term national development plan. A very concise document. Have you seen it? We handed it over to the president 2017. Where is it? It's on the shelf gathering dust. Look, any foreign I have it in my office, but I can't implement. I'm not government. Any foreign company that comes into our country has personal interest and no personal friends. So we shouldn't kid ourselves that when foreign companies come in here, they are coming for our good. We need to take the bull by the horns and start doing it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kwame Janto, CEO of Energy Consortium. A big thank you to Linus Kumi, Head of Corporate Banking of GCB Bank PLC. Mr. Andiakoto is the partner and Head of Advisory at KPMG Ghana. Farmer Anthony Morrison is the CEO of Agribusiness Chamber. And Mami Awinado Kanyerege, she's a trade expert. Thank you very much for joining us on this third plenary. My name is Godfrey Akoto Boafo. Back to you, Winston.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. And I was enjoying the conversation. And as you can see, I did not indicate that your time was up. You were able to finish within time. Thank you very much. Don't shake your head, Anthony Morrison. But Kwame Janto, did you also not ask the president a question?
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't? No. But you are lamenting. No, you take your microphone. Take your microphone. You're lamenting.
We were gagged.
They told you.
We all sat there.
They told you not to ask questions?
We all sat there. He said what he had to say. Then finish. We get up and go.
So you went for an information session?
And we weren't the only ones there. There were other people also there. So it looks as if you stood up and knowing who I am, the troublemaker is here. And so, I looked around, Kwame, you keep yourself to yourself. You go and have a question right now. We'll throw you out. So I stopped. I did it.
So you felt intimidated?
Well, it is not an easy place to go to Flagstaff House. It's not. And especially with the current situation, it's not an easy place. So forgive me that I couldn't.
Anyway, thank you very much, guys. You take a group photograph. We're very grateful that, you shared your views on the fact that, yes, as a country, we've been doing a lot of talking, a lot of things we have to do differently. Unfortunately, we've not been doing those things differently. I just hope, that as we wrap all of this up, we'll be able to put this together. And it's my hope again that it doesn't have to become one of those. So after every program, we put things together, we'll share, we come back the next year and say, we've been talking about this. That has become like the history of this country. It's only my hope that this time around, it won't become just like the history of this country. Folks, what that would mean is that we have come to the end of the Ghana Economic Forum. We are grateful to our strategic partners, MasterCard Foundation, GCB Bank PLC, Your Bank for Life, KPMG, and Platinum sponsors, McDan Group, GRA, Jospin Group of Companies, Ghana Exim Bank, Volta River Authority, Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company, Bost, Gessel, Sefi Brothers Ghana Limited, SIC Life, ICOMS, Asa Finance Regulus, and Goyle Good Energy. Shall we now, with a round of applause as we wrap it all up, invite our chairman for the Ghana Economic Forum, Sam Edu, to give us his closing remarks. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see the energy levels are all gone now. They have disappeared. But it has been a wonderful set of days. Yesterday was amazing. Today was equally important and useful. I am very glad that all of us who have stayed till this end did stay. I think there were a number of things that came up over the past 2 days. And there were some concerns shared, but I think most importantly, a lot of useful things were discussed, brought to the fore, and there are some actions that we would like to take. So I'd like to read through some of the areas I picked up, just as a way of reminding us all. Of course, I do stand on behalf of GCB Bank PLC's board, management and staff, and extend our warmest and most sincere thanks to the BNFT, MasterCard Foundation, KPMG, and all our corporate institutions and partners who continue to sponsor and help us make events like this a great success. Some really useful things have been discussed and spoken to, as I have already indicated. And it's important that all of us collectively, organizers, panelists, participants, take this discussion forward to the next level. If this discussion dies here, I blame every single group that I have called out. Organizers, panelists, participants, and everyone else as well. Media houses, print media, should dedicate time and effort on a consistent basis to take up the discussions we've had and make sure that we beat it to death. Various consultancy firms should also do the same. Banks should not leave this behind. The private sector should also get involved in making sure that everything that comes out of our conversations this past few days don't die here. Yesterday, we talked about Ghana's debt revenue overview, some important considerations. I must say, I was gladdened by some of the comments that came from this podium. Conversations as to Ghana is able and has the potential to move our revenue collections from a tiny 13% of GDP to close to 20% and above. That for me was extremely reassuring. It gave me a very positive vibe after the conversation was held. It is possible that we can raise more than enough revenue, or the due amount of revenue that we need to raise to be able to build our nation, Ghana. It was also very clear that any country that develops or developed fought its way to development. And like the countries that have done it in the past, Ghana must also fight to achieve the development that we want to foresee. It wouldn't come on a silver platter. We also spoke largely about technology, and I was glad to see the participants, some of them give their predictions of what the future would look like. And we should keep a copy of all the predictions that were given, because we would go back and check. And I see Eric is giving me a smile on some of his predictions he put across. We need to take away all forms of silos. And I think technology is one of the enablers to deal with the enemy of a siloed environment. We realize that the size of what has to be done is so big that it requires everybody's support, sacrifice, and collective focus. Finally, I think yesterday, or I believe this morning, we had the pleasure of looking through gender diversity. And I think that is often an important part of the discussion that gets left behind. But But I'm glad that as part of this forum, it was a significant part of our 2 days. There were some thoughts on quota systems. Some people didn't quite agree with the focus on quotas, but really the need to have some societal mindset shifts. Also relook at our legal frameworks and provisions to take a deliberate stance at improving our gender diversity. There was a comment made that in building sustainable power brands, women must continue to play key roles in closing the fiscal gaps. A great outcome indeed from that session I found was that everything would be documented here, and like every year, it would not just be shared with the presidency or one or two important houses, but this will be shared with every single participant, every group, so that we can all track and follow development. The discussion on agriculture was also quite insightful, to say the least. There was an emphasis on the lack of data we have and why we must build data to be able to create a better basis for decision making. There was a call to redefine our focus from smallholder farmers to expanding production, and I thought that was a significant statement. There was also an interesting comment made that while other countries are going ahead with their plans and actions, we in Ghana seem to be spending some time sleeping. But I think now that we are all awake and sleep is behind us, we would also rise up to the challenge. There was a comment around specific value chain focus and how we should agree on which specific areas of focus we need to take as a country, and everybody rally around those focus areas, be it banking, be it advisory, be it regulation, be it policy. Everybody needs to come around those focus areas, as opposed to everybody trying some little bit in some corner that cannot be added up to the benefit of everyone. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, there was a conversation around trade that brought us to the end of today's proceedings. And there again, there were some clear comments as to not having to provide every single table, every single district with exact same thing. And we need to look at the needs of specific areas in line with their competitive advantage, and also stagger when we roll out some of these good ideas in a more pragmatic way so that it would benefit the particular area in question. There was also the comment around a regional view to drive comparative advantage, setting up factories in areas where it could benefit both countries, and is probably the best thing that we should look to try and achieve. Our problem was said to be a problem of leadership and direction. There were also comments to bring and discussions around how we should bring more focus to trade and industry. And finally, there was a comment around the need for skills building in our universities as a serious requirement to be able to build the skilled manpower for industrial growth that Ghana needs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to keep this dialogue open. Let us continue to take the conversation to the next level. It is imperative that every single one, every single participant owns a part of this conversation, and that is the only way that Ghana as a whole can take the benefits from events like this. I will close by saying, God bless our homeland, Ghana. God bless us all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very, very much, Sam Edu, bringing us to the end of the Ghana Economic Forum. Folks, lunch is ready. I don't know, it's almost 4. Some may term it as dinner. But it's at the Shed George restaurant, so once you climb the stairs on your left, please go get something to eat. Thank you very much for being part of the Ghana Economic Forum. The conversations would continue. My name is Winston Amoa, and I'm on the Super Morning Show on Joy FM. Have a lovely afternoon.
The world has changed, and it's not just because of COVID. Consumers and employees have increasingly different expectations of the world and the businesses they buy from and work for. Your shareholders and lenders are under pressure from regulators and the market to prove that they're acting responsibly and investing sustainably. All will be making choices about which organisations they work with. So will yours be one of them? Each stakeholder looks at your business through their own lens, and this is your opportunity to choose what's behind it. What is your impact on our planet? What do you contribute to the communities you operate in? And how do you conduct yourself? ESG isn't something you do, it's everything you do, and how you do it. It's your license to operate, and it's your opportunity to lead. Your ESG strategy must be authentic, embedded in your business strategy, and owned by your board. Your ESG narrative looks right across your business and tells that story to the world. And your ESG metrics help people compare you with others, often via a rating. You'll want to consider how you conduct yourself as an organisation and look to the ethics throughout your supply chain. What part do you play in the community? Is your business inclusive? Are you well governed? And is your leadership diverse and set up to hold the business to account? Look at the impacts of climate change, at the natural resources you consume and the waste you produce. Do you pay fair taxes? Treat your customers and suppliers ethically? And do your employees have safe, fair working conditions, and could they speak out if they see something wrong? Understand where you're strong and can be proud. And know where you're vulnerable and then have a plan to make it better. People will expect you to set clear targets and have the data to measure your progress and report it to the world. They'll want the assurance that what's behind the curtain supports your performance and won't let you down. Your metrics will encourage investment and your narrative will talk to your stakeholders. When you're done, you'll have a resilient business set to thrive in the new reality. And you'll be playing your part to make the world a more sustainable, fairer and better place for everyone. It's the right thing to do.